and helmets all the time. Now they're just masks all the time, so it just looks like they're always wearing helmets. But yeah. I think it's hooligan. Yeah, no, the last one that I posted in the Discord is definitely football hooligans. Speaking of football hooligans, let's press enter. Year 81. So I made a big mistake. I made a big mistake. The big mistake was I tried to trade the elves wood. So the problem is they might invade me. Fingers crossed they don't. They might, but we'll find out. They normally trade in the spring. I was trying to get rid of some garbage and got a little bit overzealous and traded something that was studded with wood, I think, which was an item that the humans gave me. I don't really fear them, but I fear the frames I may lose, which means I'm being very diligent about filling up the spiky pit. Which is this pit up here. I'm also going to make a bunch of weapon traps, specifically filled with iron swords. So I'm going to just queue up 200 iron swords. May want to get some arms ready to defend the home. I wouldn't want Nintendo to defend my home ever. I mean, as long as I don't show up with flying creatures, we're okay. And I do have this pretty heavily hooked up, although the right half of this isn't heavily hooked up. And we've also got a lot of iron mechanisms queued up to be made. I'm also going to smelt more limonite. But we'll see. They might still trade with us next year. It depends on how much they like me. So we'll find out. But overview of the fort for right now. If anybody has any questions, forward them in chat right now. TLDR, we're trying to keep this fort alive for 1,000 years. We still have the beehives up top. In the middle, we have the natural aqueduct, which freezes partially, which we are pumping water out of into our natural happiness maker, which is our unnatural waterfall that we've created. Our artificial waterfall goes down through the tavern. Underneath that, we have farming plots. We have metal storage and gem storage. We have our massive terracotta army and the maze that is actually done, by the way. And I need to figure out if I want to put more stuff in it, which I kind of do, or if I want to just use it as is. Down here, we have the bunker in case of emergency, hide in here, and the drain for the artificial waterfall. How old is the fort now? We're on year 81, which means we are 76 years old. Ironically, if the elves invade us, it's gonna be the fallout of 76. The maze is awesome, by the way. Kind of wanted to fill the whole layer. Although Cooler says I'm never gonna be done with the maze, and I'm still gonna be adding shit to the maze in like 6 months. But, you know, I'm okay with that. Oh, also, Stone, I don't know if you were here yesterday for it, but Squug says he needs to parry you because you wrecked the count. So the invasion will be a flop? Sure. I mean, that's not quite what I was going for, but it probably would be a flop, actually. Also, I'm going to get the Eternal Guard training. And I need to add one more dwarf to the Eternal Guard. Hey, Berries, are you into the military thing at all? Exasperated being caught in the rain. Not really, no. Not really much of the military type. Although he is impervious to the effects of stress, so... You know what? Yeah, we'll move you up to the Eternal Guard from one of the wrestling squads. And go pick up some equipment. We'll see what equipment you get, actually. I'm kind of curious. Grabs a couple things. Bismuth bronze chain leggings. A named buckler. A steel buckler that is studded with finely crafted sterling silver, menaces with spikes of kimberlite. On the item is an image of a tunic in fine pewter. Iron mail shirt. Means you'll probably actually, hold on. Steel spear. 3. What equipment are you gonna go pick up? What other things? Making sure he's got a weapon, that's all. Getting provisions. Owens, what's up? It's good to see you. Did you ever actually grab a weapon? No, you didn't. I mean, I guess all of your amulets and earrings and rings and bracelets are basically a blunt force trauma weapon, but at least you got an iron helm now. Enderico, how you doing, dude? Good to see you, man. Oh, all the dwarves are blinged up. Like, they're all beyond blinged up. How much charcoal do we have? 2. Okay, that's the problem. Charcoal. Let's make 400 charcoal. 400 charcoal. It's kind of funny that they're also blinged up on mudstone and not silver. Just came by to say hi. Well, cheers, man. Port's still going strong. I may have pissed off the elves a little bit, so I'm derusting my military. Gotta do the military derust. Trumpet dog as well. Hello. Cool. I got 2 dwarves making charcoal. It's exactly what we need. It really is, yeah. But it would make sense that a lot of the dwarves in this fort would be partial to mudstone. Rock is better for the love of bling bling. Fair enough. I don't know if I can necessarily agree with that, but I can see where you're coming from. According to this, they're not at war with us, right? Like, Fragrant Bear, which is these guys, those are the elves that we tried to sell wood to. They haven't reported war, so it's hard to tell. What are you wearing that needs to be replaced? Socks. Definitely you need socks and a cloak. Okay. Cloth cloak 50. Cloth sock 50. And Psycon, hello. How are you doing, man? Good to see you. We've had a crazy stream and we've only just gotten started. Also, 1 or 2 people might find this funny. We have 311 sub points now. 311. One other person here maybe has listened to 311 once. I had one friend who was way fucking into 311 at one point. Never fully understood the appeal. Out of all of the kind of poppy, not great bands you could listen to, that was the last one I was interested in. Mikael has fallen into depression. That's very unfortunate. Oh, man. I want to practice a craft. Well, let's see if I can give you... Oh, shit. You don't actually have any jobs. I thought you did. Okay. Let's just give you all of the metalsmithing. Hopefully, if you snap out of the depression, you can go do that. You have to be, like, from one of a few specific parts of the world to know about 311. Like, if you're from the Pacific Northwest, you may have heard of 311. If you're from California, you've probably heard of 311. If you live in Vegas, you probably know 311 because they do a lot of shows in Vegas. No problem, Jack Nark. I needed to do that anyway. I just kept forgetting. Hope that dwarf snaps out of it. Did you find anything interesting? Oh, by the way, for those of you who don't know, I did update the community world save file up on the Dwarf Fort chunk of the Discord. Born and raised in Detroit. I guess, yeah, they've probably toured the US a bunch. I don't know. I feel like you need to be from specific parts of the world to know who 311 is. Which is fine. Not that they're any good or worth knowing, but... I'm sorry, pilot guy. Should probably pin it. Yeah, probably. I was gonna repost it and pin it on the weekend, but... Pinned. Done. I'd like to know if you guys find anything cool since we re-embarked. Especially now that we're in a new fort and a new faction. It's better than Swamp Pop. I mean, of course there's worse music. It's also better than mumble rap, but like... You know, I once didn't tip an Uber driver for playing mumble rap, and I think that that is a perfectly legitimate reason to not tip an Uber driver. Okay, I have a very serious question. Why don't you have a weapon yet? You're covered in rings. But you don't have a weapon yet. I'm gonna force assign you a weapon. Oh, it's because you've got a specific thing equipped. Let's give you a steel spear. What use, Sparkle? Got a copper gauntlet on. Yeah, you've got a battle axe. That's fine. That'll do. I'd like you to go pick up that equipment. Also do the same. The sparkles down here. You've got individual choice melee. That just won't do. I'm gonna give you a steel something. Assuming I have something I can give you. And I could just give you a bronze whip. That could be neat. Bronze morning star. Smith bronze spear. I'll just give you that. Like Def Jam New York. I've never played any of the Def Jam games, but I've heard a lot about them. Like, I've never played a Def Jam game. Also gonna make 15 iron shields. 'Cause I'm pretty sure most of these dwarves don't have shields. After a glance. The only problem that is the fort's save file is under siege. Oh, really? Is it actually currently under siege? Huh. Yeah, I would just retire it then. Which is fine. You're not missing much. I can update it again after Friday. Ren Shaki, hello. That or just like wait it out, you know? Siege will leave. It'll leave eventually. Like Def Jam Icon. I don't know. I never listened to that type of music, so the whole concept of like, it's a rapper fighting game is kind of strange to me. The humans from the realms of stone have arrived. Give us a tribute. And I'm not following a human, I'm following a scared kangaroo. Instead, I'm going to follow the human. But hello, Ren. How are we do? They got played on the radio a lot, though. Come to think of it, the alternative rock station dominates the Detroit area. Actually, out of Windsor is interesting. I don't know what the most popular radio station is out here. It's probably just one of the two butt rock stations, because we kind of have like two butt rock stations, and then the rest of them are all like not English or they're classical music. So the Council of Men, the Realms of Stone, for 81. Wow. They brought us a walnut barrel with 25 raspberry wine, a cherry wood bucket, a hazelwood barrel with 25 foxtail mullet beer, one lead cage, 25 bronze bolts, one pearwood barrel, 25 wine, one hemp thread, 2 copper gauntlets, 1 rope reed bag, 20 strawberry seeds, 1 bronze halberd, 1 rope reed hood, 1 bronze great axe, 1 reindeer leather quiver, 1 tin cage, 5 asparagus, 1 silty clay, 1 sheep wool hood, 5 prepared alpaca lung, 1 sheep wool bag, 1 plume ogate, a llama, and a dog. Man, this human faction is rich by Dwarven standards. Holy hell. I like to imagine that it's like 5 units of asparagus, so it's more like 5 pounds of asparagus. Instead of just like 5 individual pieces of asparagus, you know? Who kidnapped your friend? Now I'm concerned. Okay, Mika, are you doing better yet? Restoring owned items. This dwarf is the most depressed dwarf in the fort currently. Whoosh indeed, yeah. And they keep falling into depression. Fortunately, though, they've made an artifact, I think. They have, but they don't have any dreams or aspirations in life. Makes it difficult. Versus dwarves like Gate Nerd, where Gate Nerd's a little bit depressed, but like not to the point where she's gonna do anything that's a problem. But Mika down here is haggard, and that's awful. The thing that did it for her was unjustified imprisonment, because I failed to make windows for this bloke. Which I should queue up now before I forget. How are the children and young adults doing? Most of them fine, but I'd say like 1 in 3 has a little bit of a tough time, and then 1 in 5 doesn't really make it. Like Brander Buddy, the child, totally fine. Played with the toy axe, and he enjoyed that. A little bit disgusted upon going in the sun, but it like doesn't ruin them. Like it's... They always seem to be like pushing themselves by going to the sun, but they have so many nice thoughts, it generally outweighs the negative thoughts, if that makes sense. But we're just going to do our damnedest to defend ourselves for a little bit here. I'm going to assign a dog to this chain. Because I just got a pet dog. And I need something on that chain. And then up here, I'm going to set that llama up here. But they're going to be like our first eyes if something bad happens. I need an animal here. So one watching the door on the right over here. And one watching over there. Because when elves invade, they don't like do the normal thing where it's like, we're here and invading. Also, hype train's off cooldown now. They don't do the normal thing where they're like, we're here and invading. They do the, we're sneaky. So they could actually potentially sneak into the fort without us noticing. So we don't really want that to happen. Did you mention that you had a kid? It's okay. You'll outage your kid pretty soon. You're currently 9 years old, born on the 22nd of Felsight in the year 72. Wait, no, that's Sparkly. I selected the wrong one. Brander Buddy is 10 years old, born on the 23rd of Moonstone in the year 71. No, don't worry. You will outage your kid. I don't know how old your kid is, but you will definitely outage your kid. Everybody here starts as a baby, and then they grow up slowly. The Outpost Liaison has arrived from the Dwarves. I'm curious if they're going to be like, you fucked up. You've gotten sucked into playing Farming Sim 19. I mean, there's worse things you could be sucked into playing. You could be playing Genshin Impact. At least it's a fair game without a built-in casino. Farming Sim, that is. Unless they added loot box to Farming Sim that I'm unaware of. I hear the elves are not too happy with you these days, but we're still from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? Please still bring me wood, because it's nice to get fungi wood sometimes. No loot boxes? Oh, that's good. I know exactly why it's blown up. I know exactly why it's blown up. Because those kinds of games have been huge for years, and this is the first popular one with actual gameplay in it. The berries. We have finalized the import agreement. Let's discuss what we are willing to offer you for your craft store ship. Squag, I look forward to our meeting next year, so-called wizard. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Off to the tavern with us. All right, let's see what they updated on the map. Not much. It's still, they're still just invading. All right, let's see. We're still at peace with the Fragrant Bear, at least according to this. The humans are no longer civil warring still. Yeah, we're supposedly still at peace with the Fragrant Bear. At least as far as we know. But unknown still. Logitech heavy equipment bundle? So like a bunch of wheels and shit for sim stuff? I'm assuming that's what that means. You know, I'm going to sell a whole bunch of leather. Because we are just going to slowly gain all those back anyway, and it's very easy to get more leather. We're gonna sell a bunch of clothing. Anything that's like got necks next to it, we sell. Because that means it's tattered. Also, as always, if anybody has any questions about what I'm doing and how this game works, I can always just show you how things work if you need it. Man, this stream today has been a fucking roller coaster already. A hype train, an unofficial hype train, which are off cooldown now, the official ones, but I digress. A lot of personal chit-chats, damn near close to tears. Today's been a day, and it ain't even noon yet. Which makes me sit here and beg to ask the question. The 30th of October is my 1-year anniversary, or my 2-year anniversary, rather, of being a Twitch partner. Yeah, politics. We started with fucking politics. But anyway, it's my 2-year anniversary of being a Twitch partner. Is there anything specific we should do? You ordered a stand to mount it. Also still waiting for that to come in. I ordered a bunch of stuff which I have to go pick up from an access point because apparently they're not delivering that shit anymore. It's annoying. Jack Nick names a shield. All right, let's see how Mika's doing. Content after putting on a superior item. Getting some good thoughts. Hopefully we can bounce you back. I have a feeling this dwarf can bounce back. I should wear a crown that day? Nah, I'm good. I don't like wearing things on my head that aren't my headset. Besides, I wouldn't want to steal Kiri's thing. You've been in the military for years, my dude. Yeah, you're a spearmaster. You've killed 5 buzzards and 2 buzzards. And you love military. You're a legendary spear dwarf, master shield user, expert armor user, legendary discipline, observer, and fighter, high master wrestler, and expert biter, professional striker, and an expert kicker. Great dodger, proficient at miscellaneous object using, and you're a dabbling butcher, expert weaver, and legendary brewer. Yeah, I don't know how good those weapons are for dwarves to use. I could tell my dwarves to equip halberds. I just kind of haven't. How many dwarves are legendary in something? Almost all of them. It's more of a how many aren't legendary in something. It's like Apostle isn't legendary in anything. Nax, Cold, Mika, Trumpet, Jellybutt, and Brander Buddy. Everybody else is legendary in something. Because if you just do your job long enough, eventually you'll just be legendary at it. I should request the trader. There we go. QR, request trader. Can't wait to become a legendary Gelder. Yeah, you and everybody else, right? I don't believe I've ever had a legendary Gelder. You're never gonna be legendary? You're a fucking child, dude. I mean, what skills do you have so far? You're a dabbling armor user, observer, fighter, wrestler, striker, woodcrafter. You're a dabbling woodcrafter. No, you're good at playing because a child does as it pleases, right? All right, let's purchase all of the wood this first round. Because this is kind of a lot of garbage cleanup right now. Especially considering the wood is what I actually need. But no, Brander Buddy, you will certainly be legendary. we just let the dwarves run back and forth. Just keep delivering stuff, and then occasionally I'll just pop in here and go trade. And say, yes, I will trade all of that for a black bronze bar. Have given us 25 asparagus. Hey, you know what's interesting? We got strawberry seeds from the humans, right? And I've been just planting strawberries here and asparagus here. But planting the strawberries there. And because of that, I just got to get down to drinks. I have 1,593 strawberry wine. Because they brought us seeds once. Although you could say that we have a pretty good variety of alcohols in this fortress. We got mead, we got split beer, we got barley wine, Kimwa wine, Kanwa beer, white mullet beer, finger mullet beer, foxtail mullet beer, artichoke wine, beetroot wine, potato wine, turnip wine, cranberry wine, bilberry wine, blueberry wine, blackberry wine, raspberry wine, dwarven ale, dwarven beer, dwarven rum, prickleberry wine, sewer brew, fisherberry wine, river spirits, apricot wine, plum wine, dwarven wine, and strawberry wine. We've got a pretty good variety of beverages for these dwarves. Like, you could do a lot worse than this fort. You know what? Let's stop bringing leather. These ones that are close enough to trade, we'll continue trading. The rest we're gonna call it. And then leather. Let's make leather caps. 50. Leather leggings, 50. Leather hood, 50. They should technically be stopping that trading, but guess they're still just hauling it. The few times that I've accidentally just traded everything are kind of awkward. Okay, all of this still needs to get traded. These don't need to get traded. Those do. Okay. Let's bring the trader back and sell the last of the stuff. Again, and here's the thing. The 5 prepared alpaca lungs, they're pairs of alpaca lungs, right? They're not individual lungs, right? Maybe they were supposed to bring 6, but they ate one on the way down. You know, like, there's so many possibilities here. Where's the dog and the llama? The dog is up here on the wall. This dog is actually gonna be trained as a war dog, but is our guard dog. And then the llama is over on this side, grazing. And if anything bad shows up, we'll see it coming. There are watch animals. Although this llama will die immediately if anything bad shows up. Yeah, no, that's kind of the route I was going. Hot cup of tea. Is that someone got hungry on the way down and just ate it? Delivery tax. Yeah, their delivery fee. All right, so I need to give Sparkle Farts a new steel spear. Because I have... Or a iron short sword. I might just do iron short sword, actually. Unless you guys think I should give him a halberd or something. Which I don't even know if they can use them. Yeah, you know what? We'll just go with a Masterwork Iron Short Sword. Unless you don't go get it. Did you go get it? You should have. Covered in sweat. Iron High Boot. Dwarf, excuse me. You're supposed to go get a sword. I want to compliment you for your emotes. This is the most useful emote on the platform, hands down. Compliment Cooler. You know, right? I've been going through internal deliberations for a little bit about whether or not I should just replace all of my emotes with just various emoting dwarves. The thing is, I love the skulls too much, is the real problem, right? But, like, I personally think that Crypt D was a very good swap for, King's made a masterpiece iron short sword. Please go, get me go get yourself a masterpiece weapon. Just do it. Look at that steel short sword. It's a much nicer sword. Did you actually grab it this time? Nope. You know what, Dwarf? If you insist on not using a sword, I'm sure you know best. At least DeBerry's went and got the steel spear. Cooler's lurking. So, you love the skulls? I also love the skulls. They just don't get used as often as the dwarfs. But in order to unlock more emotes, we need... It's either 700 or 800 subscribers. I could actually tell you. Yeah, I need 700 sub points. I have 311 sub points. So, one normal subscriber. Oh shit. Wave Thrash became attached to a Morning Star. Wave Thrash, are you in the military right now? There's a dwarf using a Morning Star. That's actually kind of awesome. Yeah, he is using a Morning Star. Neat. Just a silver Morning Star. It's probably a pretty good Morning Star too. Cool. I mean, what kind of brain do you think that is? My favorite D combo is this one. Just dwarf in front of Stinky Cheese. But yeah, we need 700 subscribers or 700 sub points to unlock an emote. And currently we have 311. Tier 1 subscription gives 1 sub point. Tier 2 gives 2 sub points. Tier 3 gives 6. which is like fuck ton of money. An absolutely ridiculous amount of money. Yay, my package is available for pickup. And they're open until 6. Well, fortunately, the place is like a 5-minute walk, so. Which means we can do 8 hours of stream. Because I need my damn toothpaste. I think at least some of the skeleton emotes should stay. I mean, I think all of the skeleton emotes are gonna stay. Like I said, they're almost more for me than they are for you guys. I wish that I'd see people using the skeleton emotes more, but I know for a fact I see a lot of people using the crypt lurk. Here's the weird thing, right? I lurk in a lot of streams, right? And I lurk in my team's streams, and I lurk in some other channels that a bunch of my subs watch. Just because of like blending of communities and whatnot, right? And one thing that I've learned over the years is the dwarf emotes get used a fuck ton in my chat, right? And Crypt Blank gets used outside of my chat quite a bit, but Crypt D and Crypt Pog not as much. They do get used, but not as much. Whereas the skeleton emotes get used outside of my stream a lot more. So in other people's streams, the skeleton emotes get used a lot. Crypt Comfy actually isn't the most used one. Not even close. Stalker? Well, I mean, get out the veer, Stalker. Something cheeky breaky. You know, let's also put leather up here. Because I need like a proper leather stockpile, which apparently I don't have. We're constructing iron mechanisms and forging iron swords. It's a pretty good time. Yeah. But like the dwarf emotes just get used in my chat the most. So yeah, no. Long story short, I don't see myself getting rid of many emotes anytime soon. Partially because I'm just too damn attached to them. And I don't really want to get rid of any of them. So I always forget about that one. Crypt Lurk's used a lot. It really is. Also, investments are open. But yeah, no, like, I'll just be lurking in other DF streams, and I'll see my emotes pop up relatively frequently, and it's kind of cool. I'm just glad that, more than anything, is that people... One thing that's always worried me as a broadcaster is that people will subscribe to me and not use or like any of my emotes, right? And yay, DeBerries has become a spear dwarf. Excellent!
Cheese for everyone!
And I never want anybody to dislike my emotes. Because if you're subscribing to the stream, ideally, you know, you get more out of it than just the ad-free viewing, you know? Which is why, like, I give the sound commands to the higher tier subscribers, which is why I have the Patreon supporters, which is why I try and make things as valuable to you guys as possible, you know? Which is why I give you dumb paywalls, Spitalier. God. I don't know. I've thought about putting like actual legitimate emotes behind the paywalls, but I feel weird about people paying a fee for an emote. Like they're too expensive. Besides, I think the walls are kind of fun in their own dumb way, you know? How's this dwarf doing? What do you want to eat? What's a decent meal for you? Steelhead trout. And carrot wine. Dwarf is like difficult to keep happy. Getting a little bit of I got a little bit of a lag spike for a second. The moon just rolled over. I think. Animal's just flexing now. Considering you hide your badge all the time now, Animal. Yeah, sometimes you've just got to flex. You know what's funny is my bot doesn't know what those payment walls are. So it just puts random emotes on them. So my bot thinks that you just typed in this. Just a bunch of like random old globals. Yeah, you have your badge off on my screen. So if you're supposed to have your badge on, we don't see it. Also need to hack down some trees up here. I'm suddenly a lot less concerned about pissing off the elves. Still concerned about pissing off the elves, though. I wonder how many kills Astro has. 74 kills, all various random animals. Okay. Had 3 tier levels of emotes. You had special unlocked emotes based on how many bits you were given in the channel. And the first one starts at 500 bit donations. Jeez. Was that not intentional, Animal? Oh. I can't knock that, Psychon. I mean, I do have tier 2 emotes and tier 3 emotes. Like I have Crypt Cheese and Crypt Vinyl and Crypt Space Race and Crypt Strunk, Crypt Coffee and Crypt King and Crypt Re and Crypt Point, which are all higher tier emotes. But I try and keep all of the best ones, I guess, on the everybody tier. I mean, technically, I have a $700 emote, right? Which is this one. But like, I think that we can all agree that it's a $700 emote that's kind of taking the piss out of it, but also still a pretty good emote, you know? And it does kind of the same thing as the $10 one. Like, it's different enough that it's cool, but also you can get by just fine if you want to do the wall comboing thing with just the first one. I don't know. There's a lot of methods that streamers can do to coax people into making them a lot of money. I try and not do that because something I don't talk about a whole lot. When I was a little bit younger, living with my parents and had money to burn, I tipped kind of a lot of money at some specific streamers. Not like ungodly amounts of money or anything. In fact, compared to some of the people here, not even as that much. But like, I regret it. Not because the streamer was a bad person or anything, but because the amount of effort the streamers that I threw money at put into their streams back then, it just kind of felt like they let them die, if that makes sense, instead of like trying to keep it going. You know, when people kind of deliberately tank their streams, and I feel bad about that. And those streamers were definitely people that, not Goffer the Engraver has been found dead. Did Goffer just die of natural causes? Our second natural death. Where is he? Yeah. Goffer died of natural causes. Good night, sweet dwarf. Can I get a round of beers in chat for our sweet, sweet dwarf? Or Fs. Hey, Pinback. How you doing? I mean, technically, okay. In all seriousness, Psychon, I know somebody who throws $150 a month at streamers. The reason he throws $150 a month at streamers is that's half what he used to pay for cable, and he doesn't pay for cable anymore. So the way he justifies it is he gets a lot of entertainment, he buys $150 worth of bits a month, and he piecemeals them out to streamers throughout the month. And that's how he justifies it. Man, I'm sad that that dwarf died. Goffer was a good dwarf. Although, actually, I might have an empty coffin. Yeah, I do. We'll put it here. Actually, we'll figure out where they bury him, because I have several open ones. Let's wait until someone comes and grabs the body. My parents' dog is named Holly. But no, I don't think that you should think of emotes as, well, this is achievable with a normal salary and this isn't. I think what you should think of them as is, this is something that's reasonable to accumulate over a long period of time, right? Like, throwing $700 in one sitting at a streamer is crazy. I had that happen once. It is crazy. $15 a month is pretty reasonable, you know? Piecemealing that kind of stuff out over a long period of time is reasonable. I'm not even talking about you, Animal. I'm talking about Smiffles, the guy that fucking cheered $600 in bits because he had extras on his account. Like, what? Literally seen him once since then. It was like a one-day thing. That like, you've been around for a while, so your big bombs make sense. Or at least I can justify them in my brain. Someone's coming to carry this corpse, so we'll just wait until a dwarf shows up to carry it. We're in early winter. Mangled corpse. There was no... Oh, wait, no, it totally wasn't a death. I'll bet you fell. Because it's a mangled corpse. Yeah, I mean, Nyx is over a long period of time, though, Gimper, right? How's your dwarf doing? Well, like, better than this dwarf. We need to figure out how this dwarf died. It happened, they discovered the corpse right as winter started, so it's possible it was a natural death, but now that I'm looking at the corpse, it's mangled. So there might have been some buzzard foul play here. But Max, how is your dwarf doing? There you are, Crafts dwarf. You don't feel anything after putting on a superior item. You don't feel anything. You're interested sometimes. Generally doing okay. That sounds natural to you. Yeah, natural. I think fell off this is my assumption. Could have been a snack? I don't think so. I see that as unlikely. Gravity is natural. Not if somebody pushed you. More importantly, why do they keep canceling the job to come get them? Because someone's been coming to get him for a while. Oh, it's because they're all hauling the wood. That makes sense. They're just stripping his clothes first. Live your life in a way that even the coroner regrets your passing. I don't think the dwarves have coroners. I think they just pick up the corpse the way it is and just chuck it in the coffin. Could you imagine if dwarves went through mummification? Mika Wells slipped back into depression. Tough, man. Katodi on it, mummified dwarves. It'd be interesting if different dwarven cultures disposed of their dead differently, so they all had different death rituals. So some cultures could want to burn their dead, some could just put them in coffins, maybe some bury them, maybe some mummify them. Mummies do exist. Yeah, but there isn't a mummification process for the dwarves. Oh, come on, dwarf. Nervicious, you're supposed to come here and get the corpse, not see the corpse and then panic and grieve and cry that not Goffer's dead. Like, it sucks, Nervicious, but can you please just, carry the corpse? Embalming would be amazing, unironically. It would be, because then it would also make for, bringing corpses back from the dead a little bit easier because the body stays intact, you know what I'm saying? Instead of, turning into a fumbled skeleton. Speaking of bodies staying intact, fucking Meth posted an image on Reddit, which I'm going to need to make a video out of tonight. Which coffin did you put it in? Ah, there you are. I think it was this one. Let's just make sure. There, it's that one. So this one. Are there boats in DF? One day. Boats are on the ever expanding to-do list. One day, Toady, will get to boats. It might take 7,000 years, but we'll get to boats. See what they etched in the wall about Goffer. The well-designed image of not Goffer by Animal. Goffer is laboring. The artwork relates to the career change from engraver to doctor of the dwarf not Goffer and Cobalt Shoot not Goffer Cobalt Shoot in the wilds in the early summer of 77. Could say that boats are on the horizon. I wouldn't even say they're on the horizon. They're currently in a different hemisphere. They're that far away, but sure. Also, I need to take a quick toilet break. Now that I know that corpse is dealt with, I will be back in a moment. BRB. We need to have working underwater nest boxes. Or just make, like, aquariums work for that. Okay, so I love how many dwarf... You can tell which dwarves like strawberries, yeah? Because their rooms are just full of strawberries. And they don't seem to rot and cause me asthma like a lot of other foods. Like, cooked foods rot and cause me asthma in bedrooms, but, like, these raw berries don't seem to. It's very obvious which dwarves like fruits because their rooms are just filled with melons and strawberries. Yeah, strawberries, very exciting. Export of windows is prohibited. You know, since I've been making all these windows, might as well just, like, put them in, you know? So I'm going to put windows all the way along here. And then I'm going to put fortifications in the wall behind it. So that they can look out and see the windows. I don't know what we're talking about. Gimper. What are we talking about? In the count chat, I don't see any breaks. What, did somebody screw up the count? Because I don't see it. Only meats that rot outdoors make me asthma. Yeah, but like it's normal. I'm so used to my dwarves like grabbing fucking liver. I did? What are you talking about? I didn't screw it up. Not today. 5960. I didn't screw it up earlier today. What are you talking about? Oh yeah, no, I screwed it up yesterday, but that's besides the point. Like yesterday, yeah, I screwed it up, but what's your point? I was tired and on my phone. Apologies. What are you gonna do? Fucking get mad at me? I don't get mad at other people for screwing it up. Nobody's perfect, man. Sometimes phones break. Well, sometimes phones have like that amazingly good connection to Discord servers. You were just asking? Asking what? I'm sorry, I screwed it up. What do you want me to say? Get mad about it? I don't know. Apologies? Red Bull's kicking out Kivyat, and I'm not even remotely surprised. Gonna continue just quietly disliking Red Bull. I mean, they basically just said Kivyat's screwed the other day. Many people have screwed it up, Gimper. And I haven't pointed it out in my chat at anybody. Ever. So, you know what? Apologies. I'm sorry. Nobody's perfect. How dare your phone not load the entire line? I'm changing the subject now because this is awkward. Yeah, no, I'm not even remotely shocked that Kivyat's getting nuked. Because Red Bull only takes young talent that can be molded into their obsessive work regimes and their crappy work culture. Reading out on my desk for the first... Oh, out on your deck. I was like, why are you reading on your desk? Yeah, and I said that you're fine. Don't worry about it. Besides, we've already surpassed and fucked up twice since I fucked up. So why are we digging up old wounds? Like, if I screwed up live on stream, yeah, then you can fucking make fun of me. Yesterday? Come on. Come on. Nobody's perfect. Apologies, but nobody's perfect. All right, elves, where are you? Are you coming for us? We're in late winter. They usually trade towards the end of spring. Is usually when they show up. We'll keep an eye out for them. Okay. Well, do you at every single person who has screwed up the count in Discord? No, I don't think you do. So why do you have to do that to me? That's singling me out. That's not even fair. That's not fair. You're picking on me, harassing me even. How dare you? Just because I made a simple mistake that many people have made before me. Man, it's this kind of singling out that just makes this job difficult. Why do I have to be the center of attention for all things? I can't even keep a straight face. Yeah, I fucked up. I know. It was very much a moment because, like, I typed the number in and then it loaded and I was like, well, shit. Bastet, what up? How's things? I don't think that's possible unless one of them's going in his teeth. Sneezing fits? Ugh. Allergies? So if we're wondering what we're doing in the background, we're making a lot of mechanisms. Forging a bunch of iron short swords to use in weapon traps. As well as making more iron and a lot of charcoal. We're also making a bunch of clothing out of leather. Although we may or may not be out of leather. Running low on leather. Actually, you know, we'll just call that. Hello, Ryan. Also, obligatory rip Kiviat. I feel kind of bad for Kiviat for a lot of reasons. But it makes sense. How's Eric doing? Eric's a dwarf that's had some rough times. Yo, Ryan, so I pre-ordered the new... Still under a great deal of stress, but probably getting out of it. Did you post it off topic? Just DM it to me. DM it to me if you want your voice in there. You're allergic to your cat? What? Why did you get a cat then? You know, I will never understand cat people that just like have sneezing fits every day and just like can't exist in the same room with their pet. They're like, I love my cat. And then they're just like, achoo, and just like sneezing constantly. I will never understand people who do that. They're just like, oh yeah, no, I love my cat. My cat's the best. I wouldn't trade anything for him. I got you. It's like, why do you put yourself through that? Kitty is love? I mean, I guess. As far as I know, yeah. Cat better than no cat? I haven't lived with a cat in 5 days, 1 year, and I wouldn't go back. Gasly is supposedly talking to Renault. That would make a lot of sense. Gasly at Alpine. I can't say Alpine. I can't say that out loud. Also, good news, Ryan. You may have seen in Discord, I don't know. But we have another one. Pilot guy has joined us in hell. And subscribe to F1 TV. So in the fort right now, what we're doing is we're basically prepping defenses and retraining my military because I may or may not have accidentally started a war with the elves. So, fingers crossed. Or because of who the cat was with? No, just because of cats. Cats make me unreasonably angry. Like, I like cats. They're fluffy, they're cuddly, they're pettable, they're cute. But I can't fucking tolerate cats. They're so goddamn annoying. And a tribute from this football hooligans have arrived. Carrying some clothing. I wonder what that is. If their performance gets a little bit better, they would be a monster team, yeah. Spring of 82. 2 rope reed gloves. 5 red spinach leaves. 1 llama wool bag. 1 wood opal. 1 copper longsword. 1 chestnut barrel. 25 artichoke wine. 1 rope reed thread. 1 alpaca wool bag. These guys, their donations are getting better now that they're no longer in a civil war. It's still better than it's been. Like, better than nothing. And it's definitely better than it's been. I mean, yeah, they're not bringing us multiple animals like previously, but... Or like the other faction that brings us multiple animals. Also, chat, you guys want a funky little stat? Today, all of that hype train earlier and the hype train after it has upped my income on Twitch this month by 1/4. Well, thank you. Civil War? Yeah, one of the humans, one of the human factions, the Confederacy of Sport, was invading their own civ. They seem to have stopped now, but this town right here, the human hamlet of Beanfang, and this town here, the human hamlet of Carl Arrow, both used to have 200 people in them. But then Beanfang invaded Carl Arrow, and then Carl Arrow invaded Beanfang. They both had armies in each other one, and every year the population would drop by like 30. And now they're down to 40 and 60. Although, as of last time I checked, they were no longer invading each other. Yeah, there's no armies going back and forth. So there's no, like, red lines like this down here, which signifies an army moving. They're just there. So... And I just keep connecting these because I would like to have as many of these set up as possible. We're getting there. And Gimper, thank you very much for making me go away. We're getting really close to 50% done. If we put our minds to it, I'm sure we could get to 100%. Your mom got allergic to our house cat, and we gave him your parental to your grandparents to keep him healthy. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not allergic to cats. I mean, if I am, it's incredibly mildly. Can one make dwarfs vegan in DF? Yeah, but some dwarves will just be unhappy. But yes, you could certainly do a vegan run. You could live without farming, doing nothing but scavenging fruits and vegetables. Although this is slowing down because I'm making my mechanisms out of iron and they're heavy, but I mean, I have a lot of iron, so what else am I going to do with it? Might as well use it for something. It's ironing. My fort is worth a pretty penny. Yeah, it's pretty valuable, which is why we get we immediately get cyclopses and shit showing up every single time the population hits the magic number of 50. Because they want my sheet. This dwarf shouldn't be upset in any way. This dwarf should just be happy. Like, stop being so depressed. Just like real life. How's Mika doing? Hopefully you can get there. Hang in there, dwarf. And Ptolus, hello. Not nice enough for you? No, 50 is the magic number where mega beasts can show up. So you can get like giants, titans, all those fun shits. You know that your YouTube videos are doing well when people try to post meme comments. You know what I mean? When people start posting meme comments, you know a video is doing well. Also, looks like we're not at war with the elves after all. Weirdos have showed up to trade. Intriguing. Sorry if I got you excited, chat, but I was genuinely worried that we were going to war. Did you miss anything? You missed a hype train. Pretty major one at that. Not war. No, definitely no war. Not currently, anyway. Yesterday, towards the end of the stream, I accidentally tried to sell the elves wood. They weren't exactly thrilled by this. So I was worried they were going to attack me, but they don't seem to have been mad enough to do that. So that's nice. I was convinced I was about to have a war with the elves, but nope. Fortunately not enough, no. You can always try again. What, to start a war with the elves? I don't want to start a war with the elves. Although I have thought about going to the other elves and... Well, actually... Is it these ones I don't have any contact with? No, that's actually a human forest retreat. That's also a human forest retreat. Okay. I think the humans are taking the elvish... retreats. Okay, those elves I'm at war with. So there was another elven faction down here. They're all gone. They're either the other elves, the elves that I'm trading with, or they're human. And then these two I'm at war with for some reason. I've never encountered them, though. There was another elven civilization there, yeah. Oh, okay. Now, this one I don't want to go after, but this is interesting. The Ring of Corridors, a dwarven society, has taken this one elvish spot. So this forest retreat specifically. I'm kind of tempted to ask the dwarves to send me stuff, but I really don't want to piss them off. I don't know. Like, it's kind of not worth the risk, you know what I'm saying? Squug has ended a mandate, so I can now export windows. Not that I'm going to. Hello, Wolf. How are we doing? Yeah, I've heard good things about Space Crew. Microsoft might have something to say about that. Hey, green glass windows are fancied by our glorious wizard. Oh yeah, Ryan, you weren't even here for that. So we have a wizard in the fortress. I'm gonna buy a wild boar, so. But yeah, we have a dwarf with the title wizard. Because, okay, so Squug got elected mayor, right? And Squug was a author / sheriff before getting elected mayor. Is still the sheriff, though. We thought it was fitting. And wrote a book entitled A Wizard's Guide to Pulleys, thus making the logical assumption that he self-identifies as wizard. So because of this, we decided that it would be logical to give him the custom role of wizard. So our captain of the guard, dungeon master, the totally legitimate mayor, self-titled wizard. Yeah. Totally a legitimate acquisition of a job position. And he's 145 years old, and he's one of the first of his kind. We'll see how that works out. I'm putting a wild boar in with my piggy, so we can try and buy more wild boars, so that we can start breeding wild boar instead of pigs. Because I kind of accidentally slaughtered most of my pigs except for one. I only have one piggy left. Two, technically. I just bought another one, but... I have two boars and a wild boar, and I don't think that they can crossbreed, so we need to get us a wild boar. Knowledge and Beyond. So the last two books that we have written are Against Ignorance and Knowledge and Beyond. Knowledge and Beyond was written by Astro Banjos and concerns the value of knowledge. The writing is very rigid and not awful, but not very good either. We also recently had Against Ignorance, which I really like, which is an essay entitled Against Ignorance by Cheers Jamie. It concerns the value of knowledge, and the writing is depressing, yet artfully indulges the author's fancies. It's passable. But of course, A Wizard's Guide to Pulleys, well, written by the wizard himself. We also have Pulleys for the Beginning Practitioner, which was authored by Max. Concerns the use of the pulley. The writing is utterly disjointed and has the feeling of compassion here and there. Overall, it's not awful, but not very good either. The world of glue, not to be confused with the world of goo. Animals and coming troubles. Traditional conversations, uncovering diseases of animals. Captivated by conversations written by animal concerns, the use of personal interviews as sources. It's amateurish at best. What have you been working on? You haven't written any books in a long time, but you do have, if I recall correctly, 2 apprentices that are both dead. Maybe you should stop taking apprentices. Yeah. You haven't really been writing much, but you have been, like, doing a lot of demonstrations and stuff and teaching a lot of dwarves various things. You're kind of like the fort's teacher in many ways. You're an expert observer, a legendary grower, a talented leather worker, and a legendary mechanic, a legendary stone crafter. You're a proficient bookbinder, proficient persuader, negotiator, and judge of intent, dabbling liar, proficient intimidator, skilled conversationalist. You're a dabbling chemist, dabbling critical thinker. I have a dwarf who's a legendary critical thinker and is very rusty at it, which is Squawk. He's a legendary critical thinker and he's very rusty at critical thinking. Like, he just hasn't been practicing that critical thinking skill in a very long time. But Wolf the Cool, it's you popped in and said hello. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Hope you get something out of it today. Like Tiger Woods is a golfer? He's a golfer, but he's V rusty? Is what you're saying? I know almost nothing about Tiger Woods, aside from the general drama that showed up on the internet about him a while ago. Or if, like, refuses to equip a weapon, even though I've ordered you to. Legendary, but V rusty? I mean... legendary. How you been? How's your summer been, Pinback? I just realized I uploaded one VOD to YouTube 4 times. I should delete that. Yeah, no, Ryan, you've been working on your lying skills. See, in reality, I would think that you should be working on your sitting skills instead of your lying skills, but what can you do? The merchants will be leaving soon. Well, I hope the elves are satisfied with the trading and don't invade me. So something that I have finished is this maze. Although somebody left a skirt in the middle of it. What do you guys think? Is maze big enough, or should I add more onto it? To give you an idea how much space we have on this layer, quite a bit. Lots of space for additions. Did you die again? You've been dead for a while, I think. Hold on. Animal, Sparkly, Jelly Butt, Brander Buddy, Cheers Jamie, Suey, Dragonman, Sweet Sparkle, Farts Bastet, Jack Nurick, Goats, The Berries, Focal Fury, B-Lug, Gate, Nerd Max, Arcapatit, Lump, Eric Shadowblade, Astro Banjo, Surripterus. Yes, you've been dead for a while. Give those lazy bastards something to do. I tend to be leaning the same way. I mean, yeah, it is. It's such a large maze that it actually takes us a really long time to get anything done in it because of how big it is. Although I do need to fill this wall in right here because that's a entry point that I made so that I could add more stuff on easier. Ryan, I don't know if you've had the chance to, but have you listened to the new psychedelic porn crumpets singles? Because their tour this year got canceled for obvious reasons. And apparently their response was to just go rent a recording studio, and they've just been writing music since. Which is kind of awesome. What's the purpose of this maze? Currently, there's 2 Ettins and a Cyclops in it. And we're going to release big creatures that I catch in cages in it to fight. Unless it's like a dragon, because dragons are would be able to get out. That's good stuff to wake up to. Dude, Giant Swan is interesting. I really like that one single that you posted. Not sold on the rest of it. Also, you said that Giant Swan made you think about, like, early holy fuck. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me a lot more of fuck buttons. It's the way they use voices. Not so much holy fuck. To people who don't know exactly what I'm talking about, I probably just sound like I'm spewing out random cuss words. But I swear I'm talking about independent music because, you know, how to never sell a record is put the word fuck in your name. Although it clearly works for holy fuck. Do you know where Giant Swan is based, Ryan? Bristol? Makes sense. Makes perfect sense. This maze just, the bigger it gets, the cooler it gets is the problem. Just going to spend 1,000 years building a omega massive labyrinth that even I can't solve. It's gonna be real fun for anybody exploring this fort in adventure mode, though, after the fort's done. I need to, like, put an artifact in it somewhere. That one bit where there's a wall that's too wide. You happy now? Put a Easter egg back there. Like an engraving or something. I'd love to know what dwarves, like, 4 generations later than now think about it. What, this giant maze? Probably just don't even think about it because they can path through it without any problems, right? It's not like they have a hard time pathing through this shit. They don't think, oh, maze. They think, oh, I need to path here. Still working on that charcoal. Howdy, Warm Shadow. How you doing? Good day, friend. Interesting. This one's actually kind of neat because you don't often see a dwarf with a morning star. But this dwarf has named a morning star. Entranced sparkled the Chapel of Grips. Is that what that says? Entranced sparkled the Chapel of Grasps. The Silver Morning Star. No, they can't get lost in it because they know where they're pathing to, right? That's not how like here, we'll follow one dwarf that's walking through it. That's not how dwarven pathing works. Like you could get lost in adventure mode, yes. But no, the dwarves can't get lost in it. Because of its silver shine, I guess. But, you know, this dwarf knows exactly where to go. Come on, dwarf. You can hang in there. It's one of those little details about DF that kind of sucks, but it's just, it is kind of what it is. At least we've gotten a lot faster at getting these boulders out of here. They just run the wheelbarrows down and get them up to that spot right there. Very convenient. Let's continue attaching more spikes. I'm just expecting somebody to tantrum and break this lever, and I just lose all of those spike connections. Dwarves have mini-maps in their HUDs. Yeah, in their heads-up display, every dwarf has a mini-map. And whenever they see a goblin, they scream, "Urist, what does the scouter say about its power level?" And then the other dwarf responds with, "Fuck off, weeb!" I goes, "Oh man, it was my favorite show." Terrible enough to get lost. I feel like it wouldn't just be the world that would suffer. I have a feeling if they could actually get lost, that it would kill your frame rate. It's got to have a... I'm happy dwarves don't get lost in the maze. I have had dwarves, like, try to complete something and then get too thirsty on the way in and, like, cancel and leave. Also, shoutouts to the bloke who's streaming League of Legends in the Dwarf Fortress directory right now. Get those mined out. Bruh. What? I mean, there's a bloke streaming League of Legends in the Dwarf Fortress directory right now. Bit earlier than normal. I mean, you're not normally here at this time. Means a lot to you. Hang in there, dude. You'll do just fine. Some Russian stream. It's always the goddamn Russians in the wrong directory. But yeah, you'll be fine, Zapdos. Hang in there, man. Hope your week gets better. What, the Russians streaming League of Legends to 2 people in the Dwarf Fortress directory? Help me? I mean, maybe someone should just inform him he's in the wrong directory. I've done that to people before, just like popped in. And they have like 1 viewer and they're in the wrong directory, and I was like, "Yo, you're in the wrong directory," and they're like, "Oh shit, thanks." Okay. So let's do that right there and that. Those are the places we just chiseled out for the gems they hold. And then we'll get that one done next. What is this dwarf fortress? Generally not. That's not quite how that works, pilot guy. I wish it was, but not really how that works. Generally, when people are playing the game in the wrong directory and they have nobody watching, nobody notices. Gotta get those gems out of there. There we go. Even though dwarves just suspended construction of a wall again. That's how you work sometimes? Okay, fair enough. Prove me wrong then. I like being wrong in some instances. But I think it's more just helping them because they're technically breaking Twitch terms of service being in the wrong directory, right? So. I like how I made the comment and now he's got 5 viewers. Although the funniest thing one of the funniest things I've ever seen in the DF directory was randomly there was a stream with like 1,000 viewers that popped into the DF directory. Vuzel has been possessed. Ooh. What you going for? Probably craft store shop? Yeah. Claim to craft store shop. And it had like 1,000 viewers. And the stream was just titled Dwarf Fortress Cutscenes. But they were literally just streaming Lord of the Rings Return of the King. Like, just the whole movie. Name of his stream is Blat Symbols is Hard. Okay. I mean, it's not something you want to do because you can get in a lot of trouble for that. But you know, I've seen stuff like that before where people are just streaming movies in the wrong directory and stuff, or just streaming movies on Twitch and getting in trouble for it. And that was one of the few times where I didn't report the stream and just giggled because it was really funny. It's just like, aw.
Many people ask me, Nikita, will we the blin?
Ryan, don't work too hard, eh? Take care of yourself. Go have a good day at work. Hopefully it's like not too fucking hot over there these days. It's like we're hitting like 3 degrees Celsius in the evenings and it's lovely. Lovely. Nice and cold. Chat, tell Ryan to go have a good day at work. Why did that dwarf had just a random piece of leather in their room? Why are you storing leather in your room? Reminds me of that guy that was streaming the UFC by putting his face cam in the corner pretending he was playing a UFC video. Yeah! That guy that got thousands of subscriptions in one day. Gate Nerd is stumbling around now. Oh. Oh. I'm losing a few dwarves to depression right now, and it's kind of tough. It happens every couple of years. I hate it. 4 degrees Celsius warehouse? That's kind of lovely, actually. It's a fridge. I'm assuming it's some food-related thing. Right, did you begin a mysterious construction? No. Okay, well, hold on. Let's see what you have first. Pig leather, raw green glass, nice and diorite. You need trees. Probably wood. Nope, it's not wood. Bones? Yes. Definitely bones. And I'll also slaughter one of my 2 boars. And it hurts your hands? Well, I know what you should do with your next paycheck is get yourself a nice pair of winter gloves. Definitely what you gotta go do. His sweat? Yeah. You appear to be missing a hat, Dragon Man. That's unfortunate. We need to fix this problem. Chat, race you. You have 2 minutes to gift Dragon Man a sub or I do it. I'm watching the clock. Bringing these gems up here. Assuming you got everything you need now, Dwarf. There you go. The arm pinwheel method? What, when you, like, spin your hands around? It warms your hands up? It's worked in the past. Alder logs, blue jade cabochons, iron bars, or bone. Whatever it is, it'll be fancy. Let's keep stretching. Yeah, stretching could do it too. I don't know. I would work with insulated gloves. Animal. Hopeless after suffering a major injury. You shouldn't be upset either. I got a lot of dwarves that really shouldn't be upset right now that are getting stressed out. It's that feeling of, oh no, it's a small thing that is stressing them out. Can force blood into your hands, a strong flicking. Learned it in the Arctic? What were you doing in the Arctic? Watch, if I can ask. Winter camping, I learned the rotating your arms. Heats your hands up. I didn't do this, but like, just like one up, one down kind of thing. Jumping jacks also works real well, but that also warms your feet up and your other bits up. How's my day? I've streamed, but chat's been nice to me today. Was racing you, chat. You lost. Vuzel the Engraver has created Dakalamond. Thisser Demadush. A Diorite Zagug. An instrument that I don't think we normally make. And claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Euthyrus Worktict. But my day hasn't been very long, but chat's been nice to me. It's worth 28,800. Skirt thundered the unwelcome pairs. This is a Diorite Zagug. No, thank you for watching, Dragonman. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is studded with iron and decorated with pig leather and pig bone, and encircled with bands of blue jade, and menaces with spikes of diorite. On the item is an image of the brother glories of tarnishing a willow grate. in green glass. The zagug is a large stationary silk-stringed instrument with a glass body. On the instrument rests flat as the musician strikes the 24 strings with wooden hammers. For sagging? Interesting. The tuning is possible with adjustable bridges, and the instrument has a 4.5 octave range, going from extremely low to mid-high pitch. At all pitches, the instrument has a smooth evolving timbre. It has 3 registers, a low register. It has a full strained fluid timbre, a middle register that begins at a low pitch, and it has a noisy rich timbre, and the high register begins at a mid-low pitch. It has a strong liquid timbre. Let's see if I can construct it. Yep, we can. Good shit. Stray weasel's been slaughtered. Good. Got some display pedestals to place. So I'm gonna do that because I'm running out of space down here. Kind of dwarf would play it. I love the instruments in DF. The instruments are super cool. The descriptions of the music, the generated instruments and all that stuff is just super neat. Good night, cutest ghost. We'll see you when we see you. All right, that's enough gifting subs in the chat for me today. Kind of my budget, unless we hit the sub goal, because that's normally how I work, is whenever we hit the sub goal I gift the sub, but kind of gifted 2 today. But Minstrel, hope you're doing well. The humans have arrived to trade, and they've brought much in the way of stuff to trade. Granted, this is just the one human caravan? Did they? No, this isn't the caravan that's got the royal treasures, which is interesting. Glory for stone. I mean, it's unfair. This world generated a whole faction named after you, Stone. I was about to say, I wonder if I have any crafts. I have a craft. I don't know what to sell them. I think I'll just queue up everything that's already on here if possible. Or at least every bit of clothing that's actually not. I'll just queue up everything that's already on the stockpile. I'd like to just get rid of all this stuff if possible. Bring the trader. So are we going to get another, or a royal treasurer or no? Maybe not. I have to go to work today and get out late. Hopefully they're paying you overtime. And if you don't get overtime, then hopefully you get some sort of compensation for that, because that sucks. You'll get paid more just because the extra hours, but overall it isn't really worth it. Yeah, that's one thing that I've learned over the years about overtime is it's never fucking worth it. There's never a point in my head where overtime is worth it. Right, where's the other human traders? A little odd. If I'm being honest. Just a little bit odd. So where are you getting that limonite ore from? Not sure. Man, I've got so much stuff still in that quantum stockpile. I actually kind of wonder how much shit having this fort still from the initial dig out that I did. And there's so much more ore in this map, it's actually a little bit ridiculous. Let's get those other silver coins out of here. That's stocking shelves, it isn't. I think it depends on what you lose, right? Depends on what you're losing doing that OT. If you have like young ones at home or a family that you like to spend time with, it's a lose-lose situation. There is no win. If it's if maybe you live alone and you need the money, then there can be a situation where it's a win-win situation. Or if you genuinely just love your job and love the work that you do, then it can be worth it. But depending on life situation, there are some situations where I personally believe that it is simply a overwhelming net negative over time. Like for me personally, overtime is like turning my stream on and doing a late night stream like the one I did the other day. And that for me is worth it because I am in a better mental state when I'm streaming, right? So in my unique situation, I can be like, okay, let's turn on the stream and do an evening stream and feel better about myself. You know? Oh, also Stone, just a note. You weren't here earlier for it. I updated the community world over on the Discord. You do want to grab it. You get that? Yeah. I don't know. That's my situation is kind of unique. So I certainly don't think that it applies to many people. I don't have a healthy work-life balance and I know it kind of deal. It's a drag. Oh, that sucks. At least you're able to walk to work. Being able to walk to work is kind of a bonus. Especially if it's an enjoyable walk, but I could also see that being a bit of a drag, being difficult. I wonder how my friend Kevin's biking to work has been going. Because he's been biking to work since the pandemic. It takes just as much to ride the bus? What, just as much time? Well, you have to leave early and walk to the bus and then wait for the bus. I've never had a job that's been close enough for me to walk. Never. There's always been portions of the trip that I've walked, but But I've never actually had a job that's been close enough for me to walk. I need them to remove that gem before I can put that wall piece in. I don't know where you live, but here, walking places can get kind of gnarly in the winter when it's like cold as fuck and windy and raining. Like my dad rides his bike to work all summer and then all winter he takes the bus. The next street over. My ex used to have a job which was literally just a 3-minute walk from here. I was always kind of jealous about that one. It didn't last very long though. I only worked there for about 4 months. I love it when people inform me in YouTube comments that I shouldn't be complaining about games not being catered exactly to somebody with vision problems. And then saying twice in the comment to not take offense to this. Like, I'm not taking offense to it. But I will continue to complain about games not being perfectly designed for people with vision problems because it's kind of me, so it's at the forefront of my thoughts all the time. Especially when, like, same person also states in an earlier comment on another video that they've never played Dwarf Fortress before because the UI is scary. It's like, hold on a second. So A, you have the right to tell me that I shouldn't complain about things that I see to be an issue with, for me, with my eyes that don't work properly. But you've never played the game, so that gives you the right to criticize it? Or say that something is good or something is bad when you don't have all the information that is needed? Neat. People. You know? People. Yeah, and then have the audacity to say that accessibility features are too much work for the developers. Besides, they shouldn't be designing games with people with minority problems in mind. Please don't take offense to this. It's like, I'm not taking offense. I just think you're wrong. Like, genuinely, I just don't agree. Something that's interesting about people on the internet is they always assume that you've taken offense when you disagree with them. You know what I mean? Like, those people who are just like, don't take offense to this. Well, I'm not. But you're still wrong. Do that kind of little pattern in the middle there. Weird circle thing. I don't know, man. Streamers shouldn't bitch about YouTube comments on stream, but sometimes it just feels good. The more I add to this maze, the cooler it looks, okay? I can stop building this maze whenever. It's done when I say it's done. This layout is amazing. Yeah! Damn right! It's amaze balls. Labyrinthine, if you will. Will I put traps in it too? That's not the point of it. The point of it is to store the Cyclops and Ettins that show up and then release them in to fight with each other. I don't want them to just go kill themselves on traps. That would be no fun. I want them to fight. I want them to go beat each other up, you know? Got 2 depressed dwarves. Which means maybe we'll get some new dwarves soon. You'd like to moan about those damn spam bots? The hot women near you spam bots? Hotteens18.com. It's like, okay, shut up. This is totally a legitimate not phishing website. That gets posted like 8 times every time I post a video. There's a lot of real bad spam bots on YouTube right now. Like, they are bad. The cold fire is going to go dig. I'm sure this is the most convenient route for you to get to the spot where you dig. I had to delete 3. So yeah, I feel you there. This one was in English, but the German ones spam you in German. That would at least be amusing to me. I just get them all in English. I sit there and wonder about those things because, like, I guess they must work, otherwise they wouldn't do them. I mean, lack of moderation tools is the problem with all of the internet, I would say. Sock accounts and bots flooding Reddit. Just with phishing links, or put on a soundtrack that's a little bit less oppressive. Hyperlight Drifter is wonderful, but I want something a little bit more bouncy because we're not guaranteed to be at war with the elves now. Oh, just because it's a Kit Fox related thing. Kit Fox being the developer that's publishing BF on Steam. And they were kind enough to send me a copy of it. This game, Lucifer Within Us, just came out. They just released this. They actually just sent me an email about it 10 seconds ago. Victoria was kind enough to give me a key for it without needing to stream it, which is neat. I might still do that. I need to play it though. Yeah, it's a little detective game about being an exorcist. So I don't know if that's something that you're into, but I'll put a link in the chat. Also to the person who just followed me. I've killed many creatures with the same soul in this game. Many! You'd be down to watch a stream of it? I have it installed, I think. Do I? Actually? No, I don't have it installed. I could install it. How do you get the camera to follow the doors around? I can show you. Should be able to just install it in the background. Let's see if I drop frames. You hit V and then F to follow. So down at the bottom right here, there's a bunch of commands here. When you're in the V screen, you can view the dwarf. So you hit G for their skills, I for their inventory, P for their labors and preferences and jobs, W for their stats. This dwarf has a leg injury and a bad knee and ankle. But F, and then you can follow them. Still replaying Half-Life. I purchased Died to Cobalt's clap. You did good and brogue then. I'm sorry, Dingo. I've killed many dingoes in this game, so I've even killed some dingo people. Dwarves are horrible. Yeah, no, I bought and installed Fear, which I'm going to start, because that's only a 4-hour game, right? I'm going to start that pretty soon. Probably like probably on the last week of the month, because good spooky game to play. I still need to finish Stalker though. I'm in the last area. I've got like a handful of quests left to do, but I've been enjoying that game and I kind of want it to last, you know? You ever have that where you never finish a game because you don't want it to end? I'm going to melt all of these arrows because they don't actually do anything for me. Oh hey, Lucifer Within Us is done installing. Fear? Yeah, the FPS. I played, yeah, but Boyfriend Dungeon, okay, they're not publishing Boyfriend Dungeon, they're making Boyfriend Dungeon. But Boyfriend Dungeon isn't out for, like, a while. Gate Nerd's just haggard and running around in insanity. But yeah, no, they're making Boyfriend Dungeon. They made Lucifer Within Us. They've published some games, but like they're publishing that take pictures of dogs simulator called Paparazzi. They're publishing that. They published 6 Ages. They made Fit for a King, which was kind of fun, actually. I enjoyed that game for the one stream I did of it. They made Shattered Planet, which is a roguelike. They made Moon Hunters, which is $2 right now, I'll have you know. They published The Shrouded Isle. But yeah, Lucifer Within Us is them that made it. They've got kind of a lot going on. They're a busy little studio. But yeah, no, I played Fear like a billion years ago and loved Fear. It's not a super scary game, but it's got kind of like that Halloween spook feel, you know? What kind of dating sim would fit this channel? None, because I don't like degrading human emotions down to nothing but statistics. I don't enjoy playing dating sims. Never have. I've played a few of them too, and they're not for me. Not at all. Also, autumn has come. This year's flown by, Christ. Which means that the humans from the realms of stone have arrived with their annual tribute. Yeah, no, I don't enjoy dating simulators. Neil, thanks for the host. I really don't. The only dating sims that I kinda don't mind are like the ones that are more trying to do something else with the format. Like I really enjoyed Doki Doki Literature Club.
For everyone.
Like I really enjoyed Doki Doki. That game was great. Fascinating, gut-wrenching, and interesting. But like, I don't know, it's just not a genre of game that really interests me. Whole visual novel dating sim thing, just, meh. Oh wow, a lot of stuff once again. No animals this time. 1 copper scimitar, 1 indigo tourmaline, 2 hemp thread, 1 iron mace, 2 copper picks, 5 grapes, 1 alpaca wool coat. This is almost as much stuff as I embark with. 5 pig cheese, 1 hair leather backpack, 1 raw clear glass, 1 willow barrel, a hazelnut wood bucket, 1 alpaca wool hood, 5 spinach leaves, 1 wolf leather water skin, 1 menacing iron spike, good god, 5 prepared dog intestine, 1 sheep wool yarn, 1 silver morning star, 1 sheep wool bag, 5 reindeer tripe, 1 chestnut barrel, 1 ginkgo wood crutch, and 1 maple barrel. Visual novels and dating sims while often overlapping. Games with very heavy dialogue like that, and like the writing needs to be really good. Like I know that they tend to overlap visual novels and dating sims, but for me with the dating sim, the writing has to be incredible or I have no interest. Right? Like, I'm not the kind of person who's just going to play a dating sim for the sake of playing a dating sim. I find the whole concept of playing a dating sim to be relatively repulsive. I very much dislike the subject matter of dating sims generally. So it has to be about something that isn't necessarily dating, right? Like, Doki Doki Literature Club is a game that looks like a dating sim, and very quickly you realize it's certainly not a dating sim. It's very not a dating sim. Well, it takes about 2 hours, but it's very much not a dating sim. And I hate the first 2 hours of Doki Doki Literature Club. I think it's almost insufferable. But after the first 2 hours, it becomes interesting. Then the writing gets good. And, like, yeah, I mean, I would probably play Boyfriend Dungeon for a laugh. But the thing that would keep me playing a game like Boyfriend Dungeon would be the mechanics. The fact that you can date your swords is a funny comedy bit, but that's about it. If I have any opinions on interactive fiction, I like proc-gen interactive fiction. But no, I don't really. I mean, technically aren't all video games interactive fiction? You have to be more specific. Do you mean like specifically choose your own adventure books? Like that kind of shtick? No interest. I enjoy what some text adventure games do. Along the lines of MUDs and games like War Sim. I enjoy those. But just interactive fiction for the sake of interactive fiction, absolutely no interest. What kind of thread is that? Just to be clear, lump. Hemp thread. It died? Oh, it's got red root dye. Okay, it is dyed. Like text adventure stuff? I mean, text adventures are fine. The writing has to be really good for me to actually hold interest. Like, I've played Zork, for example. Never finished it. I played it more as a curiosity, because I'm too young for that shit. I've played a bit of War Sim and enjoyed it. As far as choose your own adventure books go, no interest whatsoever. I played Zork 1 as a novelty. You kind of adore them. They're too simple for me, really. Cooler.
Are you man enough for all this fucking tea?
Speaking of being man enough for all this fucking tea, chat would like to inform you, Cooler, that Crypt Blank is the most useful emote on the entire website. So only one of the humans showed up to trade this year, and we got no Royal Treasurer. Huh. Anvil glowed, group of alchemy. You guys okay over there? But they did bring tribute. They just didn't send anybody to trade. Yes, Cooler. But our liaison from the Mountain Homes has arrived. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. We have updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? Please keep bringing wood. We finalized the export agreement. Oh, I should have asked for piggies. Oh well. Look forward to our meeting next year. The fortunes rise and fall together. I checked the news. Well, we're still at war. Welcome back. When did I leave? What? Hi, PP. How you doing? I know that you gave yourself the name PP. I can't say PP. Like, I just can't do that. It just doesn't work. Just don't like it. Like, why did you name yourself PP? I didn't technically have a day off because I kind of streamed until 2 o'clock in the morning. 3 o'clock in the morning? And then I edited most of the day. So I didn't really have a day off. You went with Picture Point, but everybody just calls you PP. And I still have, like, another almost, like, 54% words before I have enough to go away for a day and not do anything. And I know for a fact I get to edit again tonight because Meph decided to post more screenshots, so I get to make a video about zombies. Late night stream was fun though. Yeah, no, it was a good little evening stream. It was enjoyable. PP is indeed better than poo-poo. And besides, maybe people use PP as like a term of endearment, you know? Everybody wants to have that big PP energy, but nobody wants to have that big poo-poo energy, you know what I'm saying? It just makes sense. Zombie ones look awesome. Yeah. I just wish he wouldn't post them in the middle of the fucking night. God, I could have had that done last night. If he posted it while I was still awake, not while I was sleeping. And then, of course, I don't check Reddit until after I start my stream. Streamer problems, you know? Congratulations, my dialogue has degraded down to that of a grade schooler. I'm just not even gonna read that out loud, Animal. I can't allow myself to read that. Also, chat, don't forget to keep those add-a-word stories and counts going. Because we may be able to keep my Discord partnered. Maybe. Maybe. If you want to help me keep Discord partner, run my Discord. And help us count to 1 million. So that I can screw it up at, like, 90 and feel bad for the rest of the day. So who doesn't want to make streamer feel bad? Let's see what all they brought. They brought a bunch of cheeses. Kind of hoping for some animals. Didn't actually ask for animals, so. A water buffalo figurine of a cave dragon. Ooh. Yeah, I was on my phone and it lagged. I wonder why they are carving images of cave dragons. That's kind of exciting. Oh, hey, Hey, there's we goes. So, I can't have more piggy. Also a doggy. And a hen. No rooster? Darn. They did bring another dog. And a yak. A duck. Well, male duck. Drake. Quackner. It happens? Yeah. Don't be mean to those who fail, because we all feel bad. Unless your name is Kibbs and Britches. He did it on purpose. Read that as Glumwood. I was like, what the hell is Glumwood? It's Plumwood. Also known as their initials. I mean, maybe. It's not like we were about to reach our record or anything, you know? Totally acceptable. If you hit not on your browser, that opens up bad things in Chrome. If you hit F12 in DF and you have it swaps fonts. So you can just turn on the default font. So also, if you hit F11, it makes the game full screen. And in my case, the full screen tile set is the default tile set. So this is what the game looks like in vanilla. And this is much harder for me to parse. Although, that looks kind of nice. The maze is a hard on the eyes. It's just the smooth floors that are hard to look at for me. But, you know. Do I ever sell merch related to this stream? Technically, yes. Do I actively advertise it or promote it in any way? No. I've wanted to start a new merch store for a while. That's better. Screw it!
Less than 3, how have you been?
Good to see you. Cheers. Thank you very much for the 4th month. Welcome back. How have I been? I'm all right. You have a t-shirt with a skelly on. Like I said, you can buy merch from me. I just don't actively advertise it or promote it. I need to get off my ass, though, and put my Christmas mug back up for sale, because my Christmas mugs were fucking good. Technically, there is a merch store on Streamlabs that you can find if you go via my Streamlab donation link, which has a few items for sale on it. You've been messing with an Etsy shop mainly to organize a sticker giveaway. You'd be down to buy some blind merch. You want to know my issue with merch? It's pretty simple. Actually, it's very simple. It's almost impossible to actually make money off of merch. And as somebody who doesn't like feeling like, as somebody who doesn't really enjoy profiting on just throwing more shit into a landfill, it makes me feel kind of bad when people buy my merch because I worry that people are buying merch thinking that they're supporting me heavily and then will never wear it. So streamer merch is a difficult thing because it's more than just merch, in my opinion. Streamer merch is more like trying to build or come up with clothing that people would wear that isn't just merch for a streamer. Because very few people actually wear the merch that they get for streamers. And I know that I've bought streamer shirts and I wear none of them. I never wore any of them, really. We actually have 2 piggies now. We have a boar and a sow, as well as the wild boar. So now we can get baby piggies again. Excellent. Bacon industry is back online, boys. And I can put some nest boxes in here. Or a nest box for my chicken. Is there a point of buying a t-shirt? You only get merch that you actually use? Yeah, that's the problem though, is a lot of people think they'll wear it and then don't. So it's difficult. I don't know, I have some shirts for sale and you could go buy them. I mean, what do I have in my merch store? I mean, I have I have 2 hoodies and some mugs up for sale and a skull shirt. But like, I don't feel like any of them are great. It's either too small or too big. My main concern is the quality. Like, Streamlabs merch quality is iffy on a good day. And Squag, how much shit do you own? I know you're a wizard and all, but like, you own 207 objects, also I need to make windows. This is Squug's room. What year are we on? 82 mid-autumn. Has your dwarf died of old age? Your dwarf got its face shoved in, and Squug took your job. A dwarf tantrumed and murdered you. You were the expedition leader, though. For quite a long time. And then our mayor for a bit. But remember, don't export the windows. No, I'm definitely not exporting windows. It's pretty easy because I never make windows, so it's pretty easy to remember not to sell them. If you have a breakdown, is hoarding? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've joked about selling merch that's literally just a gray t-shirt with like a tiny little image on the tag of my logo or something to kind of make a statement, but no one would buy it anyway, so what's the point? I don't know. I should take down all my merch that's for sale and occasionally put up mugs for sale. I think my mugs are pretty great, but I don't know. I'm always torn on that shit. Also, like, I'm relatively aware of where kind of the 2 most popular streamer merch companies get their clothing from. Let's just say I don't really like the idea of selling t-shirts that are basically made by child labor. Like a prestige brand power move. Like I could be a prestige brand. Like, I don't know. I'd love, if I were to like legitimately do merch, I'd love to sell like a super high quality t-shirt that's just gray. With like a tiny logo on the back. You demand socks merch? Cooler, design me some socks and I will sell the socks and give you the profits. Okay? If you demand socks as merch, design me some socks and I'll sell your socks. They could be called cooler socks. They're cooler than your other socks, but they won't make your feet cooler than your other socks. They'll make them just about as warm as your other socks. Oh, I know what you mean, Donna Minstrel, yeah. How are we doing on charcoal? I'm still working on these. Blocks are lagging again. Charcoal. Okay, well, we're short on charcoal, guys. Come on. We're just barely making charcoal as fast as we're smelting shit. The socks sell themselves. I don't know. I think that my stupid skull shirt is pretty good, but I do like some of the merch I've sold in the past, but like I really like my Christmas mug. My Christmas mug is pretty good. In fact, I think it's still available for sale. Because people didn't buy them all last time. I don't know. I'm so torn on merch because I've spent kind of pretty good amount of money on art for merch in the past because people have demanded merch. And then nobody buys it, and the people who do probably never wear it. So, I don't know. And I don't want to just, like, sell a t-shirt that's going to end up in a garbage pile eventually. Man, Streamlabs is weird these days. Kingdom New Lands and Observer. Oh, Observer is on sale, but Kingdom New Lands is free on Epic. Just a heads up. Want to go grab a free game? I mean, there's a reason why I haven't gone clothing shopping in like 3 years. Well, actually, that's not totally true. I bought new pajamas a few years ago. And a toque. You have a good day, Warm Shadow. Don't work too hard, yeah? Tomorrow's my day off, so I won't be on tomorrow, but I'll be on Saturday. Second Amnesia is also free. Isn't that the worst one? I mean, grab it if you can. Free is free. Oh, you ain't gone yet. Are you listening to the stream while you're walking? I love that Squug's bedroom is just full of clothes. Almost year 3. 83. Gotcha. I have to go leave I have to go respond to this comment because this person has made a comment saying, Like this if you think all dwarves should sport beards, and they've already deleted it. But like anybody, any dwarf can have a beard. You just have to change the setting. Yeah. I go to respond to a comment to be like, but it's a settings, so female dwarves can sport beards if you want them to. But instead, they just deleted the comment first. What a twit. Narameth, thanks for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Hi. Going forth and being silly? Definitely you should go forth and be silly. And be excellent to each other and party on, dudes. Fuck awful, hello. FK312 and Low Dash. What's up? What are we doing? Welcome, raiders. What are you guys playing today? What brings you to my neck of the woods? Going forth and doing your darndest to be silly? Define silly in this instance. Like, what actions are involved in being silly? Wandering around like a babbling maniac down the street? Or pointing a gun at an unsuspecting dwarf? Well, if it helps you guys be silly, my bot really likes beer. If you type in the word beer, the beers emoji, HS cheers, or my beer emote, or several other streamers' beer emotes, or the word beer in multiple languages, my bot will give you a beer. I was recommended by Baka Awful. I have no idea why Baka Awful would recommend such a horrendously terrible stream. But I trust Baka Awful's judgment as well, because Baka is a good person. Which means I'm sorry that you ended up in this trash heap, but just remember that we have rubber ducks, so could be worse. I don't know what Kathy Rain is, but I hope it was enjoyable. Played a point-and-click adventure and tased people to solve quests. So, like, not gonna make that joke. Not gonna make that joke. But we're playing Dwarf Fortress, a very complicated game. It's like the American police system? You tase people to solve quests? You see an obvious joke too? Yeah. I made the joke. I'm also almost out of coffee. You need it explaining to you? Uh-huh. Sure. Some of them work still. That's the weird thing about Twitch, is some old IRC commands work. And it's weird when they do. The pull of Dwarf Fortress? Gotcha. Well, fortunately, the only addiction that I have is streaming. So, chat is delayed. Happens sometimes. You could try refreshing. It's really funny when, like, I see stuff pop up in chat, respond to it, and then you hear my response to things that haven't popped up in chat for you yet. I've had that happen to me in other streams, and it's always a little strange. I don't know, workaholism ain't no joke. Winter is upon us. But I'll give you guys a tour of the big fort in a sec. The goal of this fortress is to probably break some records. We want to keep this fortress alive for 1,000 years in game time. Which, long story short, means hundreds of streams worth of this one fortress. The fortress is this big old tower filled with bees. And then there's this big old open hole in the ground with our fort at the bottom. Bees, yeah. We're making mead and wax from the bees. Not the bees. No, definitely bees. All of the bees, in fact. Honeybees, specifically. But as long as...
It's a Unix system. I know this.
This game's easy. It's the background of your username. I'm legally blind. This I don't work at all. This I barely work. Yeah, basically. I see out of what is equivalently like a toilet paper tube. Like, I know it's a rare commodity in 2020. Like, you never see toilet paper anymore. But if you look through a toilet paper tube and close your other eye, that's what I see, approximately. So legally blind, and vision decreases a little bit every year. Am I streaming in Braille? No, because what I see is rather clear, but what I see is very limited. No, I have 3 monitors. So the bits and pieces of things the things that I do see is quite clear, but that's why I play games like Dwarf Fortress, where everything is very cut and dry, easy, and recognizable, and why I have problems playing a lot of games like Overwatch, for example. I can read Braille, though. I just don't really have any... I don't really go out of my way to. Time to make your sub worth it again. I mean, sometimes you just gotta show up and say hello, right? Instead of just throwing the $5 at me. Believe it or not, there's quite a few people that just throw the $5 at me, and as far as I can tell, never watch the streams, so... Hopefully they're getting something out of it, or they just maybe forgot. Manhunting Lunchables, you mean? Super again? So I haven't played RimWorld in a long time. I kind of stopped because it started just like not. He started balancing the game around masochism instead of fun. I prefer fun over masochism. You try to be on when you can. You're here a lot more than some people. There are some people that are actively subbed on this stream that, as far as I can tell, haven't watched the stream in years. Like, according to my bot, they literally haven't even been in my chat in years. And I'm like, why are you still subbed? What? Why not both? Because one is fun and entertaining and interesting, and the other one is Zoidberg. Sorry, it was just too correct. I don't know. I don't really want to do the why I hate RimWorld rants. Just take their money and don't ask questions? Who said I was asking questions? I'm asking you questions. I'm not asking them questions. I'm not going to go telling them, you know you're still giving me money, right? Well. Although this whole stream is built on me just ranting about things. There's certainly times where I feel like people just watch me because they like to see me get mad at random shit. That's why ketchup is illegal. Don't ask too many questions. While this dwarf comes down here to hack down these lovely, lovely trees. Don't mind the llama, capital L. Might spit on you, though. My streams are me babbling about things. Were you there for the legendary ketchup rant?
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
It's true. Ketchup is legal. Well, here in my world, Warm Shadow, ketchup is illegal. Enjoy your corn syrup tomato. I know that squirrel. What squirrel? I don't know what squirrel you could possibly be talking about. What other games do I stream usually? Weird things that don't have graphics and weird things that do have graphics. And games you've either A, never heard of, or B, would never think to play. A lot of what I stream. Probably Actually, what is, like, the most well-known game I've streamed recently? Stalker, I guess? What have I streamed recently? Let's look. Let's go on an adventure. What games have I streamed recently? I've played Dwarf Fortress, Brogue, which, unless you're, like, kind of in the roguelike scene, you'd have no idea what that is. Lost Flame, nobody knows what that game is. Jupiter Hell, kind of nobody knows what that game is. Caves of Cud, unless you know what anything about roguelikes, you probably don't know what that one is. Played quite a bit of Brigador. I guess kind of the closest thing to a mainstream game I've streamed in the last while would be Risk of Rain 2, but I haven't played that since launch. Kias are attacking me. God damn barbs! The scroll got stolen. All right, dwarves, you guys got to take a break from training. Just wander around. Because they're stealing my books! You bastards! Burn all the bird? I mean, just stab them with a pike. That'll work. Come on, dwarves. Go do the thing, you know? They stole 1, 2, 3 choirs and a scroll. Hopefully they didn't have anything written on them. And your eyes want to cry? I can make your eyes really want to cry. This is what the game looks like in vanilla if it decides to load. There it is. That's the game in vanilla. I'm using a tile set to make your eyes easier to see thing. Oopsies. There we go. But, you know, very clearly, that red K on the ground is a dead parrot. That's a dwarf walking around. He's socializing, in fact. The rest are all just walls. And I don't understand how people look at this and don't discern what everything is immediately. Like, I understand, like, the letters and stuff and the numbers, and that stuff makes sense, but, like, it's pretty clear when a table's a table, you know? It looks like a table. Like, well, obviously it's a table. What else could it be? Like, tables, we got coffers, chests, bunch of musical instruments up here, windows, walls, flooring, different colors of flooring, a big old hole. A lever, some water, and ice. Trading depot. Stairs going up. Stairs going up and down. Boulder storage. All of my workshops. If I zoom out. A maze. Because reasons. Like, generally, what I tell people when they look at DF and they're like, I don't know what I'm looking at. I describe it like this. Go tune into any 4X stream, any 4X game that you've never seen footage of before. And I'm going to use Civilization as an example because everybody knows what Civilization looks like. Imagine you've never seen Civ 6. And then you get dropped into endgame Civ 6 and are told to play the game. You'd have no idea what any of those symbols mean. And the reason you have no idea what any of those symbols mean is because you've been dropped into endgame Civ 6. This isn't endgame Dwarf Fortress, but it's certainly relatively complicated Dwarf Fortress. I've been in this fort for a while. If you're playing the game yourself and you learn what all of the little symbols mean and you play slowly, it's quite easy to discern what you're looking at. But if you just dive in to the game without any idea of what anything is, you're going to have a hard time. So, is Dwarf Fortress complicated to look at? No. You just need to know what the symbols mean. And this is a very simple scene. We have a tavern with some tables over on the left. We have some storage, some more storage, a bunch of workshops, and a bunch more workshops. And then a bunch of dwarves running around working in them. And thanks, Aegis and Baka. Can we start again then? No. Because this fort is all about keeping this fort alive for 1,000 years. So I am 28 streams into this fortress, and we are 8% done. Not even. If you want to start from the beginning, you can go to my YouTube channel and go to the beginning VOD of this series. I will be starting a new fort probably next week. A Halloween-themed fort. Spooky fort in a haunted biome with ghosts everywhere. But that one will probably be very short. No, this fortress is an endurance challenge, basically. Because I'm trying to break the record of the longest documented fort. Granted, the longest, most documented fort I've ever seen is Archcrystal, which is 470 years. There's one other that's supposedly in the 600-year mark, but I've never seen it. There's no screenshots of it. Just one guy posted about it. So we're trying to completely record footage of a 1,000-year-long fort. But as far as understanding this game, it's just like learning any complicated game. Of course, you're not going to know what every single button in CK3 does the first time you look at it, and it's going to be overwhelming, yes. But it's not as bad as people say it is. I mean, we've had dwarves die of natural causes, which is rare. Is 45 years. That's pretty old, Storm Shadow. That's pretty fucking old, honestly. 45 years is nothing to scoff at. I think my oldest one previously was in the late 30s. Returns with noms. What's the noms for this afternoon, evening, day? I don't know what time zone you're in. Afternoon for me. Thinking of noms, it's like time for me to go get noms. I have rice for lunch. Because I'm re-entering the mode of I have nothing to put on sandwich, so rice for lunch it is. All you did was make cheese and praise the puke monster? Sounds glorious. But here, let me show you the uninitiated a brief overview about why Dwarf Fortress is cool. Let me find an interesting dwarf, one that I could tell some stories about. This dwarf. This dwarf, this little blue bloke right here around my cursor. This is King. King is a dwarf that once had love in this fortress before his lover was murdered in this fortress. This dwarf has been pretty happy in general. Had a few rough points, was stressed out for a while, but in general has been a pretty good dwarf. Is one of my best armor smiths as well as one of my best weaponsmiths. Spends most of his time making swords and various other weapons, either for trade or for traps or for selling, or for giving to our military. Is very, very, very good at his job and spends most of his time in the forges. This dwarf has quite a complicated set of thoughts. This dwarf apparently has some stitches, is wearing mostly rope reed and pigtail clothing, as is pretty standard, and is currently carrying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 short swords. Probably taking them to storage, I'd assume. Yep, there they go. This dwarf has one kill. He killed a buzzard once before. As far as relationships, his only son, Barons II, is, no longer in the fortress. Barons II caused some problems in the form of tantruming constantly and breaking things and throwing tables and doing other obnoxious things. So we expelled him to one of the local forts. But this dwarf has many friends in the fortress, including one that's passed away, and one that stopped visiting, unfortunately, when our human passed away, which is very sad, but has some friends who live in the fortress, which is good. This dwarf has a rather complicated brain. Every dwarf has their own set of thoughts, needs, opinions, desires, looks, And these are all persistent and evolve and change over time. All those purple lines are ways that their personality has changed in the time they've been in this fortress / been alive and computed by the computer. He has his recent thought, which is when all other bonds wither, friendship will remain. Is the appearance of somebody that is 128 years old and is one of the first of his kind, has existed since before time. His sideburns are clean-shaven, and his long mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long beard is arranged in double braids, and his medium-length hair is neatly combed. He has a scar. His neck bears a massive jagged scar, and his upper arm has a tiny straight scar. And his second toe on his right foot is broken. He personally believes that all would be fine. If it would be a fine thing indeed if all time were leisure time. Finds the notion that one would persevere through adversity abhorrent. Sees freedom and independence as completely worthless. And sees power over others as something to strive for. Strongly values tranquility and quiet, and sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions. Find those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff, and values loyalty. Doesn't respect a society that has settled into harmony without debate and strife, values cunning, dreams of raising a family, and this dream was realized, even though his wife is dead and his son was expelled. He never becomes angry after suffering a major injury in the year 42, and is completely helpless in stressful situations. He is gripped by crippling shyness and often cheerful. He has a sense of duty and doesn't often experience strong cravings and urges. He is troubled by this since he values such powerful forces in life. He has an active sense of humor, and he tends to make a small mess of his own possessions. He doesn't focus on material goods and doesn't often feel lustful, which is why he only had one son. He often has a calm demeanor, and he is quite ambitious. He is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and he always points at others when greeting them. He sticks out his tongue when he's thinking hard, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Hey, Wave Thrash. What's up? Speaking of other dwarves, let's check in with Wave Thrash. See what Wave Thrash is up to. Wave Thrash is actually kind of an interesting dwarf. Wave Thrash is a mace dwarf in the military. Currently, he's going to go socialize, which is one of the activities that gives him happiness and joy in life. We can tell because it's purple instead of green. He's a skilled axe dwarf and a legendary mace dwarf, and a proficient spear dwarf and a great shield user, legendary armored user, a legendary discipline observer, fighter, wrestler, professional biter, legendary striker, accomplished kicker, and a legendary dodger, and professional miscellaneous object user. Now, you're still a miner in your day job, but the rest of the time, you're in the military defending us from all of the Kias and buzzards that attack us every year. You are very satisfied about learning stone crafting, and you felt satisfied upon improving stone crafting. He felt fondness when speaking with his sibling. His relationships are just as complex. He's got many older brothers and sisters in the fortress, including also in the military and outside of the military. Some of them are dead, some of them not. He's got many friends outside of that. Many of them in the military and some of them not. One of them being Squug, the wizard, who's another self-centered dwarf we can talk about. He has a wife. He's married to Dragon Man, and they have many children. He is 53 years old, born in the first of Fellsight, in this fortress, in the year 29. He's grown up here. Professional biter, it's a military trait. Professional biter is one of the better skills. It's great when they give biting demonstrations. It's like, dwarf is training other dwarves, giving biting demonstration. But all of this stuff evolves over time based on things the dwarves see, what they're exposed to, what they witness in the wild. Maybe they see a corpse and that makes them handle stress better. Maybe they see a corpse and based on their other traits, it makes them handle stress worse. Maybe they see, or they eat something, a particularly good meal that makes them think about things later, and they reminisce on how good that meal was. Maybe they go out, get caught in the rain, and it makes them upset, and then they can't not think about how upset that rain made them. And their little personalities twist and change over time, then it's entertaining. It's fun just watching the dwarves change. I had yogurt with breakfast and it was delicious. We'll see you later, False. Cheers. This is how you bite someone's leg off, yeah. You know, they'll literally bite someone's leg off in the midst of combat. It's even better when they bite someone's eyeball off in the midst of combat. Oh, also, another thing that's really interesting about this Mace Lord is this is a Mace Lord who's not wielding a mace, but instead wielding Desor Kubal Rosat Gidthur, a silver morning star, which was given to us as a gift by the humans. By gift, I mean part of their annual tributes that they give us every year so that we don't fucking murder them all. But, you know. Dwarven diplomacy is done with an axe at the forefront of everything. Bring us shit and we won't stab you. Yet. Yes. Peacekeepers. I'm also upset my piggies haven't made baby piggies yet. Come on, piggies. Make baby piggies. You got one job, guys. Make small red peas instead of just pink peas. Over here, the dwarves are dancing. Another example of how bonkers this game gets is this is a description of the dance that they're doing. This is procedurally generated and changes from run to run and world to world based on the dances that your dwarves happen to know. Oh, bunch of rocks. I had not even a legendary thrower, just like a proficient thrower. Pick up a dead rat and throw it through the eyeball of a forgotten beast and kill it. The killing blow was literally a dwarf picking up a dead piece of vermin and hurling it at the forgotten beast and popping a hole right through its eyeball, piercing the brain and shattering the skull. As you've got an early start tomorrow? Okay. Well, you have a good night's sleep. Cheers, friend. I always promise myself I'm going to have early nights and then don't. Like, I'm going to go to bed early. It's 1:30 in the morning. I'm going to go to bed early. And then I wake up early anyway, and I feel like garbage the next day, and I just make excuses about why I feel like garbage, but, you know. I had a werebeast run through my fortress doing nothing but ran into the fortress, punched a dwarf in the head, stole a leather cap from one of my dwarves, and then proceeded to run through my fortress just slapping everybody with this leather cap. But what's ironic is were creatures, so like werewolves, tapirs, lorises, whatever, can infect other things if they bite them. But because he was so distracted by slapping my dwarves with this leather cap, he didn't bite anybody. He just ran through the fortress, slapping all my dwarves with this leather cap. Which, in my opinion, saved us. I think we all would have died. And then we murdered him and took the cap back. That's you most nights, just not sleeping and swearing that you are. You can't write this shit? I mean, you could. But it's way more entertaining when you don't need to write it and you just witness it happening in front of you. Apostle has become a mechanic once again. Been a mechanic several times, but... we call him the Kappa Slapper. He slapped us with the Kappa. El Capitan. Speaking of Capitan, how you doing? King, it's good to see you, man. And Pi, it's also good to see you. Hope you've been well. Iron short swords. Everything that increases the details of what's happening is an improvement. Also, for those of you that are still around from the raid that maybe don't know that much about DF, I recommend watching that video. It's a little lore video based on a story of something that happened in one of my previous forts recently. Specifically my weekend fort, which is a little bit more scene of the pants action oriented versus the long haul orientation of this one. That fort's a little bit more throwing shit at the wall and see what sticks versus being very cautious to a fault, which is this fort. This fort is all about being hyper cautious and being super duper duper careful. It's good to see me too. Yeah. Just don't ever look in the mirror, it can be terrifying. Have a good lurk, Pie. Cock? What? Are you okay, Stone? Did you suddenly spontaneously develop a case of the King the Space Disco Fox? Because he's the one who randomly screams cock, not you. Oh. Did it happen again? Oh no, 2 people put in... Ah, darn it. Also, I do have to comment on this F1 thing. Pilot guy purchased F1 TV to watch F1 with us, and Formula 1, speedy cars. And he says, I will endeavor to pick a team to root for so that you can all tell me how I'm wrong. And then my friend Cyclo just responds with, I can't stress this enough. Do not pick the red car. But the red ones go faster. Not this year. Takes notes. Red cars do not go fast this year. Red car very slow. We will see you later, Warm Shadow. You have a good night. And the humans from Bastige's Smack have arrived with their annual tribute and donation from the Confederacy of Sport. They didn't show up to trade this year, which is strange, but they have been bringing their donations, so that is good. Just you yell cock randomly? I mean, okay. I used to play penis with people in an airport, which is where you just shout penis back and forth at each other until someone chickens out, which was great when you're in an airport. Because, you know, we were like children. I love how whenever I bring that up, Peter knows exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. Just penis! How did I get these tributes? I went and bullied them. It's a medical term? I mean, yes. They brought us 1 oaken training spear, 5 bilberries, 1 ashen barrel, 1 silver mace, 1 oaken crutch, 1 alpaca wool bag, 1 sheep wool bag, 5 prepared donkey lung, 1 skunk leather bag, and 1 rope reed thread. I need to ask Tarn if it's 5 pairs of prepared donkey lung, or if it's 5 individual donkey lungs. Because I still don't understand this. Right, Festiva? Actually, chat, does anybody here know, are those individual lungs, or are those pairs of lungs? Bad fiber choice? Don't worry about it. You can make a fort out of soap if you really want to. It's lung, not lungs. Yeah, but is there plural of lungs in Dwarf Fortress? Sure, but sock is plural when you make a sock. If you tell the game to make a sock, they make 2 socks, right? And when you tell them to make a mug, they make 3 mugs for some reason. You want really clean dwarves, maybe, perhaps? I don't know. Bragging rights? I made a fort out of rock salt, which is literally like the equivalent of making a fort out of bricks made of solid salt. I made a sodium fort. We called it Twitch Chat. It was beautiful. Although I don't generally make joke forts. It could be the name of the dish, prepared lung, which is made of 2 lungs. Yeah, right? Nikawel, hello. Your dwarf is like, suddenly went from being like totally fine and happy, dwarf, to constantly depressed and almost unable to do anything. But has gone from haggard due to the tremendous stresses placed on her, down up to just, over the long term, she's been under a great deal of stress. So you've gone from literally suicidal all the time to mild terror all the time. It's fine. You just have PTSD. You'll get over it eventually, but you just need to get hit in the head a couple times. You'll be okay. I swear. Eventually. Maybe. Also, don't mind the caged guests in the basement. I do have 2 Ettins and a Cyclops in the basement. Don't worry about it. They're fine. They're safe inside of balsa wood cages. Actually, I think they're willow cages. Did they consent to what? Being in cages? Nah, they attacked me. They get to live in the cages. They're fine. Although eventually, they'll live in my nice little mazes. Once we're done making the maze, of course. Oh boy, indeed, yep. Whale gets you hundreds of lung. Okay. So, that really sucks, King. Hopefully that shit fixes itself. But isn't that just like another word for like LA internet? Super unstable during the day? It's like, it's probably based on weight, right? So it's like when you go to the deli and you're like, yeah, I want 100 grams of chicken, right? You could be like, I want 100 grams of whale lung, and that would count as 1 unit of whale lung. But in this instance, like alpaca lung, okay. So it's a unit of alpaca lung. Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of time. It's not as bad as it looks when you zoom out. It's just scary when it fills the whole screen. So is lung... I don't know. Because we don't know how much lung is actually in a unit of lung. We just know that a unit lung is some amount of lung. Yeah, can I get half a pound of whale lung thin sliced for sandwiches? Yes, please. No, thank you. God, no. Although, in regards to picking red cars, Pilot Guy, Red Bull cars do have red on them, and yes, they're fast, but they're also assholes. So... everybody likes Williams, but Williams is slow. Like, very slow. I would eat whale if it was handed to me. but I wouldn't feel good about it. We've had this discussion before. The elves have arrived to trade once again. They are represented by the E's. This particular whale is pulling a mule. Whale? Elf is pulling a mule. There's also 2 horses being pulled by the other ones, the capital H's. Also, I'm getting stupid hungry, so I'm gonna quickly do the trading stuffs with them and then get me food. Who you know of with the rubber duck? They, up until this season, were the only family-owned team left. And they're no longer family-owned. And they were operating on like a 10th of the budget of most of the other teams. So they're very slow. But everybody loves them. Because they're classic. There's a heart-wrenching documentary on Netflix about them. The intestines get prepared. Some of that stuff you never get on the normal market. I've had some really weird bits and pieces of animals because I used to go to these charity fundraisers for the Aboriginal peoples that live locally to us, and they would bring like every piece of the moose. So they'd give you moose. And they'd give you every piece of the moose. Formula 1 in this instance, but if you want to talk baseball, we can talk baseball. But speaking of baseball, there's actually a very good video by people make games about baseball. If you actually want to like understand a little bit of why baseball is whack, it's up on the Discord if you want it. This game? How about, think about it this way. Dwarf Fortress is no more complicated than any 4X game. The difference between Civilization and Dwarf Fortress, complexity-wise, is Civilization gives you one thing that you can do. And then the next turn it gives you 2 things you can do. The next turn it gives you 2 more things you can do. Then it gives you 4 things you can do. And it slowly progresses up like that. Dwarf Fortress just gives you the 845 things that you can do right at the start. So you kind of need to just pick it apart. If you need help, scream at us. We can help. And if you need assistance in any way, we can also help. If you're ever stuck, ask questions. Read the wiki. Try and avoid the 80-minute long tutorials, because they're generally not that helpful. The moist talkers. The Titsboro feelers. The Pittsburgh feelers. Uh-huh. Moist talkers are very good this season. Lots of videos and learning things. But yeah, like I said, Floppy Flames, if you need help, just join us. Although, I need to go get me lunch. I will be a minute because I need to stab myself with needles and poke my fingers with pins and weigh my food. So I will be a couple minutes. Hopefully not too long. Thank you so much to everybody who's hung out and spent time watching the stream. I will be back in a cuppa. BRB. Can I get a round of beers? Streamer was getting food. It was lunchtime, or it still is lunchtime. I have a bowl of rice. Yeah, generally if I don't say anything for that long a period of time, it's because I'm BRB. So what happened while you weren't watching? I don't know when you left. So how would I know what happened while you weren't watching? Today was interesting. We had an artifact instrument. We've lost a couple of dwarves. Continuing to work on the maze. Yeah, no, it's like, well, I don't know when you left, so streamers get that a lot though. It's like, well, what happened since I left? It's like, when did you leave? Because if you didn't say when you left, I don't know. That artifact instrument? It's a human instrument, so it's unlikely anybody knows how to play it. I haven't noticed, and I don't have any way to check, so. I don't know about where you guys are, but over here, it went from being like summer to being fall in the span of about a week. It went from being warm, sunny, kind of hot, to just nothing. Kind of lovely. But that would be weird. What, saying that you're going to be lurking and won't be watching the stream for a bit? Why would that be weird? Got a BRB for a bit. Not weird at all. Certainly more effective than trying to obtain some sort of mind link with me so that I know when you leave. To foggy mornings in the fall. We've got like this cold breeze, which is genuinely like shiver inducing. That kind of came out of nowhere, and it's very sharp. Because we're right on the coast, right? So we get those cold coast breezes coming down from Alaska. Also, I've been streaming for 5 hours and 40 minutes. God, that was fast. Time just fucking flew by today. Also, something I'm a little bit perplexed by. Granted, I don't mind, but that stay degraded bot person who's in number 2 for cheering, cheered that at 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm always curious about that. It's like, if you wanted to do it anonymously, why not cheer as anonymous? So then why are you cheering at 3 o'clock in the morning? Very odd. Yeah, totally, Stone. Why a maze? There's a Cyclops up here. An Etten down here. And another Etten over here. I'm gonna let them all out. And, let them fight in the maze, but they have to find each other first. And maybe people I don't like I can chuck in here. The problem is, it's a maze, and it's very easy to add on to. So rather than... I mean, it is technically, I guess, training them in smoothing and mining and stoneworking, but instead of, you know, doing the smart thing and finishing it and releasing the dwarf and releasing the monsters in it, I keep adding stuff to it, which is just adding more work on, which is time consuming, but it's something to do and it's kind of fun. Uh-oh, I gotta make more windows. 3 more green glass windows. Won't be easy to add on to it once it's got monsters in it. I mean, it won't be that hard, but yeah, pretty much. I would love a Minotaur, but I can't just like snap my fingers and make a Minotaur appear, you know? I need a Minotaur to attack us. And if a Minotaur wants to attack us, I'll gladly add it to the maze. The only monsters I think I wouldn't add would be like dragons, because dragons could burn down bridges. So it's better to keep a dragon and keep it alive. Yay, I actually have some piglets now, finally. Some years. Well, at least a year. Almost like breeding animals takes a while. But yeah, and then underneath the maze is this. This is my emergency bunker in case of bad hide in here spot, where I have enough plump helmet seeds to keep us alive for pretty much indefinitely if we need to. The fuck is this labyrinth? It's where I'm putting Ettins, giants, cyclopses, minotaurs, anything that shows up. Obviously, it needs to be done first, but I wish I had it. We were literally just talking about this Angry Ram. I don't have a Minotaur, no. I do have 2 Ettins and a Cyclops, though. And it's giving my dwarves something to do. There is part of me, and I don't know what you guys think about this, there is part of me that's tempted to work on this thing until we hit year 100. Or 105, rather. Because it looks big, but there's a lot more space that's unused on this level. A lot of it. Also, human caravan has arrived. Okay. Did the human royal treasure arrive this time? Nope. Just the caravan. All right. To my valuables area? Nah, that's just in the basement. I've actually had nothing get stolen in this fort, which is interesting. I think part of that is because there's... Can I make it into a temple? The whole thing? In theory, yeah. Why would I do that? That's kind of awesome. It's like something from a science fiction movie, Baka. Only one? Trading caravan, eh? Odd. Bum ba da dum bum bum ba dum bum. Is that a drained aquifer? There is no aquifer on this map. No, here, I can give you a full overview if you haven't seen this map. No, this map is silly shenanigans mostly. You know what? I'm gonna be just lazy here. All right, so this map is a big fucking hole in the ground. You go all the way up to the top. This is where bees are kept, so they stay far away from other animals and don't sting them. These are the top of my walls. That's a creek, which flows across. I pump water out of it, kind of in the middle there, which you might be able to tell, into a waterfall, which goes through my tavern. These are some walkways. Further down we go. More buildings you see, and then there's the stuff underneath it. And this down here is where the waterfall drains. That's as far down as we go. Just put them really high up, yeah. Is my solution to the bee problem. Speaking of bee problem, I wanted to do some more work on this layer and totally spaced on it the last few days, so. It's wild. It's time consuming. It's really not that crazy though. Nothing about this fort is technically complicated. In fact, it's mostly just really basic mechanics. I'm glad you like my solution to the bee problem, though. The multiple layers of paths. Yeah, it's been kind of fun to work on. It's also like keeping the doors from getting cave adapted, which is nice. Traders kind of come down this way and go over here and then go down that very, very safe, very steep, precarious ramp. Very safe trademark. But yeah, no, those forts been a good deal of fun. It's been a good deal of fun. I very much have enjoyed it. But, you know, it certainly hasn't been the most exciting fortress I've done. It's been kind of exciting in a mundane way, kind of watching the humans go in and out of civil war. Dog has given birth to puppies. This is wonderful, but I need to immediately geld all the boys. But yeah, no, it's certainly been an entertaining fort to work on. Definitely not the craziest fort I've ever done, but it's been entertaining. And that's kind of the whole goal of DF, right? Is you want to have fun and make something that's kind of weird, unique, and enjoyable and entertaining to you. And that's the whole goal. I'm out of charcoal, aren't I? Guarantee you I'm out of charcoal. Yep, we are indeed out of charcoal. But they can get to it. I also need to hack down some more trees. Can trade with the humans. Let's see if they brought me any wood. I need a rooster so I can have some chicks. I think that's all I'm going to buy from them is a rooster. And then right here, got to put the rooster right there. And then next time this hen lays eggs, I got to forbid the eggs. And like normally you're off to bed? Do you want me to save the new donations to our cause or nah? Up to you. So here comes the rooster. Mr. Rooster. Now I need this hen to go lay an egg in that little circular thing up there. Right close by. Right here in this nest box. Need you to go lay an egg so that I can forbid it. So the dwarves don't eat the egg. And we can have chickens. Then we can begin breeding chickens. Just like we have that little pea running around that is red, not pink, which means it's a babby. In this case, a piglet. I just need these chickens to do the same. So that we can have a horde of chicks. Who doesn't want a horde of chicks in their fort? You ever just sit there and wait for a chicken to lay an egg? That's literally us right now. There you go. Hen egg. Forbid. So now it's forbidden. I can, but then I'll forget to turn it back on. And besides, I want them to stay in here. And I only want them to do the one. I don't want to... If I just turn off egg cooking, then they will just, you know, not cook eggs for a while. So I like to do it manually. But yes, I'm aware I can. Also, hi, Seth. How are you? We've had one crash. But it didn't happen a second time. Made me kind of nervous. You would like to promote the idea of a chicken army? I will simply tell you that chickens are not war trainable and die almost immediately when enemies glance at them. Not exactly a practical military option. It's pretty unstable. We'll make it. At least, we'll at the very least make it to 500 years, I think. Although, at what point did it start crashing for you, Seth? With Arch Crystal. Never said it was? Okay, well, I will demote the idea of a chicken arm. Or 50-year mark? Because I've had people tell me that it's going to start crashing at year 50. So, I don't know. Yeah, that's Seth. The person whose record we're trying to beat. Although I am not attempting to defeat hell, so. Yeah, you were working on an earlier version, yeah. I mean, I've had people like try to inform me that Dwarf Fortress crashes twice a year, every year, and I'm like, are you trying to play with visualizers running all the time? Is that your problem? That's my suspicion. So with Masterwork, yeah. Continue working on the walkways. Vanilla is like impressively stable. Especially considering like how many people will try and inform you that this is like the most crashy game ever made. I think it's impressively stable for what it is. Considering it's one of those games that will just try and crash kind of constantly, like it'll just be like, crashing to a halt, like during world gen, loading, saving, everything. It'll just like stop responding for a bit and then it'll just like fix itself. Like Dwarf Fortress is just perpetually trying to crash, but somehow doesn't. So shoutouts to that. Uh-oh. The dwarf is throwing a tantrum. Where? Oh, there you are. Hopefully the tantrum ends before you get out of the maze. Yep. I was unaware you were even stressed. Go to sleep, dwarf. There's a lot of Tarn brand band-aids. I would buy Tarn Adams band-aids. We'll just call them Hot Fix. Dwarf Fortress, it just works. Somehow. Yeah, no, totally. It's not like DF hack is like traditional just modding of files either. It's like live editing stuff in memory, right? All I can say is that whenever dwarves get chucked into prison, I hope that they're the kind of dwarf to just recover immediately. The dwarves are either absolutely in awe of our glorious prison cells and immediately recover, or they have panic attacks. It's one of the two, usually. But I don't know. I think that the crashiness of DF is, well, not the crashiness, but the perpetual attempting to crashiness is part of the charm of DF for me. Like, I was talking in Picture Point's chat the other day about how, like, do you think that the Steam version of DF, when you go to generate a world, is going to try and crash too? It's like, oh, most definitely. And what are Steam purchasers going to think of that? Am I at PopCap? Technically, yes. So I'm at the hard cap. 50 is the soft cap. So they can have 5 children. They just haven't been having children for a bit recently. But if I lose one more dwarf, then we can get a migrant. We've lost 2 dwarves today. 1 to natural causes and 1 to falling really, really far due to a crow pushing him. And he went splat. You want to see Screw 2.0? Here's the thing. There's a lot of people that want to see their dwarf 2.0. And there's a lot of people who also haven't had dwarves at all yet. So I'm trying really hard to just keep it fair. Like, it's really difficult. Like, I wish I could just give everybody, resurrect everybody, but turns out it's really difficult to keep it fair. Especially considering your dwarf was relatively recent and a very important one. Like, you were our expedition leader for like 15 years. You were our mayor for a bit. You were a very important dwarf. So you've got a statue remembering your accomplishments in this glorious fortress. Ba-da-da-da-dum, bum, ba-da-da-da-dum. Clasp Deceit, the Tragic Company. That's a good name. I need to make more choirs. But I'm out of sheet, so I can't make more choirs. Oh. Ba-da-da-dum. Mm-mm-mm. Also, I'm very much considering hopping over to Brogue for the remainder of this stream. What do you guys think, chat? I think Gate Nerd's going to be the next one to die, though. Gate Nerd's kind of lost it for a while and is getting thirsty. So unless Gate Nerd snaps out of it in the next minute, Gate Nerd's doesn't got much time left. Oh, there you go. Yeah, snapped out of it. Meanwhile, this dwarf over here isn't even upset, but is thirsty due to having no legs that work. We've done about 4 hours of this fort today. We've actually, like, time's kind of progressed a lot. We spent almost 3 years today. It's been a lot of just letting time pass, which has been good. Well as a lot of good progress made on the maze, as well as a lot of progress made on the trap tunnel. Because we had a scare earlier that I fucked up a trade with the elves, and I was very worried they were gonna start invading us, but they haven't. So, yay to that. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to make that priority 1. There you go. Hopefully not Spitalier. Well, jump scare maybe, but... Sal's got good emotes. I like her emotes. Spitalier, do you still have most of my team's emotes? I remember a while ago you posted a hello emote from every single one of my teammates. I'm just curious if you still have them. Today's been a weird stream. A lot of highs. An annual tribute has arrived. You had to tone down a bit. Fair enough. Tribute from the humans, the realms of stone. Which means we're into early autumn. Really? For some reason I thought they brought their tributes in spring. That must be the other faction then. Had to tone down a bit. Well, thanks for keeping mine alive, though. One day I'll convince FG to play Dwarfs. Probably when the Steam version happens. They brought us a frickin' donkey? Wow. How nice of them. This is for stone. 1 hemp thread, 1 copper chain leggings, 1 hair leather quiver, 1 fine pewter scepter, 1 cherry wood splint, 1 pear wood bucket, 1 alpaca wool rope, 1 hazelwood training axe, 5 pig cheese, 1 llama wool bag, 20 rope reed seeds, 1 garnerite block, 1 iron cap, 1 earthenware agua body, 5 dingo tripe, 1 copper cage, 2 hemp gloves, and 1 donkey to rotate through the crew. Gotcha. Kind of what I do too. I can't afford to sub to every single one of my teammates. It's pricey. I guess I could put that donkey up here. Also have a bunch of kangaroos that I can train and then murder. Not a bad little iron deposit down here. Have I had any more attacks? 2 Ettins and a Cyclops. One Werebeast, but the Werebeast was like 30, 40 years ago now. No armies. But I've also been diligent to not let that happen. Currently, we're at war with the Joyous Devil, which is a Goblin Civ, because my Civ has been invading them constantly. And we're at war with an Elven faction that's not on this screen. But everybody else we're at peace with, and a lot of the humans are all bringing us tribute every year. So we trade with 2 different human factions and 1 Elven faction every year. Although one of the human factions hasn't been sending their people because, yeah, it's not showing on the map, but these 2 towns, this one right here and this one, were in a civil war for a very long time. And since that started, that faction has been very spotty about trading with us. Sometimes they show up, sometimes they don't. But they're the ones with the royal treasurers, so it's kind of annoying when the royal treasurer doesn't show up and then I can't make specific requests. The specific request that I've been making is just wood, so I don't have to cut down as much wood so I can keep up with my economic needs without actually having to, chop down wood for coal. Because I don't have lava. No mushroom tree farm? No mushroom tree farm. Because I don't have access to the caverns. So I don't have spores. And I tried to grow surface trees down at the bottom of the pit, but it wouldn't let me. Nope. We wanted to see if surface trees would just naturally grow down at the bottom of the pits, and they don't. Kind of sucks. Outpost liaison and the dwarves have arrived to trade. Yeah, I am hacking down the trees little bits at a time, but like I'm trying not to. So, which kind of sucks. Because in my experience, the main cause of slowdown is accessing the cavern layers because it gives you a whole nother layer of vermin, whole nother layer of random spawns and various other creatures. So it just complicates things tenfold. Hopefully it was entertaining and you were able to keep up. Without having to, well, actually watch the stream, Dave. Hopefully you had a good day at work. It is year 83, in the year of our Dwarf. And here come all the dwarves with all the crafts. Why is there a kangaroo running around in my fort? I guess it is trained, but like... Actually, you know what? Let's fucking breed some kangaroos. Why not? Because we actually have pretty good knowledge of raising kangaroos, so I could pretty easily breed some kangaroos. Let's take these two that are trained off of that and keep this lower one for slaughter. War kangaroos? Can you war train kangaroos? I don't think you can. No, you can't. I'd have to change the raws to do that. They probably wouldn't be particularly strong. There's almost no animals that you can actually war train. Like, let's be honest. Asking to war train an animal is like setting yourself up for disappointment. My name is Esteth. I'm still your liaison from the Mountain Homes, Squug, or so-called wizard. There is much to share. We have updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? Oh yeah, so the reason Squug, who is my mayor, is titled The Wizard is because he wrote a book called A Wizard's Guide to Police. So our totally legitimate judge, jury, executioner, sheriff, and mayor, because he called his book A Wizard's Guide to Pulleys, we assume that he self-identifies as the wizard. So we've given him the custom role name Wizard. So if you see Wizard in the unit list, it's because he's actually our mayor. He's just a self-centered fuck, so we decided to call him Wizard. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your Craftsdwarf ship. Squug, or so-called wizard. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Long live Longdeath. But yeah, he's called Wizard. And he's not letting us export windows, which is fine. Makes us make windows and export windows. I always forget how cute puppies are in DF. Like, look at this mummy dog just running around and the puppy's just following mom. It's like, aww. They're just adorable. And I think I'm going to make that the two puppies that are fixed and a few of the other dogs available as pets. Apparently I got another kangaroo caught. Kangado and a normal roo. How's it going? It's going good. What's up, Brosford? Thanks for swinging by the channel. We're just continuing Longdeath. Trumpet Dog is throwing another tantrum. Hopefully this time you commit a crime. Not a major one, but a crime so that we can put you in prison. Some mild vandalism, nothing major. Maybe throw something and don't injure anybody with it. Tomorrow's my day off, Brosford, so I won't be streaming tomorrow, but I've been having a pretty good stream today. No complaints. Chat was very kind to me at the start. Been chill since then, but okay, so we do have one disorderly conduct sentence against Trumpet Dog. And let's see. 29 days in prison. Okay, not too bad. Let's hope that this fixes you rather than kills you. So now we're waiting for the wizard to chain you. Here comes the wizard. That's kind of a scary thought. It's like we're waiting for the wizard to come and chain you up in prison because you did a bad thing. Incoming perfectly legitimate, non-corrupt prison sentence. All right, so what, chat, do you guys think that prison's gonna fix Trumpet Dog, or do you think it's gonna kill Trumpet Dog? What do you think? Fix him or kill him? It's one of the two. There's never gonna be an in-between. He'll either come out happier than he was when he went in, or come out demonstrably worse. It's gonna stress him more. Quatch says it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be totally fine. I won't click on links like that while I'm streaming, but if you want me to check out music, post it on the Discord in the music room, and I'll have a peek. I don't ever use SoundCloud, though. SoundCloud is a very, like, a site I dislike using, if and when possible. So, but I'll take a peek off stream. Net positive, although angry after being confined. That's probably bad. But interested near a splendid table, interested near a wonderful seat, euphoric due to inebriation and pleasure after putting on a... anger, probably bad. It'll be fine just until before he dies. Man, that's dark thoughts, sir. Let's check in with you again. Yep, you're fucked. He's gonna be haggard by the time he gets out. That dwarf is screwed. Kind of feel bad when I see dwarves like that, where it's just like, man, this thing that you did is just ending your life, essentially. But I don't know. There's something you can kind of learn from it and just be like, well, don't give up. Things can always have a bright side. You could be like Hobo and be like as depressed as a dwarf can get and then just like magically recover. You don't need to be like this, dwarf. You can recover. It's just a matter of putting your mind to it and putting a little bit of focus on the nice things in life and then balancing out your stress and learning to meditate and drinking good quality tea. Wait, am I talking about dwarves or just real life? Maybe a bit of both. Now we just wait for them to eventually come and start building these. All right, so kangaroos are just constantly panicking and leaving this area, which is a problem that I had with my other animals. I eventually moved them over here because I didn't want them into this room so that the bright or big scary birds that dive bomb them don't do that anymore. But seems like kangaroos are not immune to this shit, so. Are you still technically... Where's my other kangaroo? Oh, this one is just gone wild again. Well, this makes so much more sense now. They're trying to pen pasture it, but they can't because it's gone wild again. So much for training a Roo. I'm just gonna kill that kangaroo buck. God, that's a lot of blood. What did you do to it? Cheers, Jamie. Stabbed the kangaroo buck in the right lower arm. Punched it, fracturing it. Slashes its left hand. Strikes the buck in the upper left hand with the palm of his sword. Probably that. Its head sailed off in an arc. And then screamed, I finished some work, and that was very satisfying. Beheaded the goddamn kangaroo as it tried to run away. Glorious. That's its head. Oh, that's its hand. There's its head and its body. So hacked its hand off while it was running, and that's what caused the blood to start, and then hacked it to shreds. And then his cheers, Jamie's like, I finished some work. That was satisfying. It was vengeful joining a conflict, but satisfied at work. See that other kangaroo? That's why you don't turn on us. You turn on us and bad things happen. Just another day at the office. Rough day at the office. I'm covered in kangaroo blood. Better day at the office if I wasn't covered in kangaroo blood. Still just another day at the office, though. Waiting for these goddamn chicks to hatch. Come on, hen. Roost faster. Do, 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 do. Yep. Utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is her tragic life. Which means if you go insane, maybe we'll have another prison rat. And the humans are leaving, as they do every year. Or not the humans, the dwarves are leaving. Also, I see the link on Discord, so I'll check that later. Christopher. Kia's fighting with a puppy. How many Kias are left alive? All of them. Okay, good to know. Kias being on the map is like the only thing that really causes some considerable lag. That's a bunch of dead Kias in my library. Kias just go immediately from my books. And it's not good. They've stolen some first editions. I mean, I'll say what I always say, which is I don't really believe that moods are a problem. But Tarn says he's going to try and make things more clear. And he mentioned in my interview as well that he's going to tone down some specific effects of certain things. But I think that moods are kind of fine. They're not a problem. I mean, if you really don't like them, you can just disable it. Like... Dwarves getting upset and having a hard time if you don't take proper care of them is logical and makes sense to me. So I don't think it's a problem that needs improving. But I'm also in the minority there, so maybe don't trust what I say on that one. It's not exactly a popular opinion that I have. How's that? I think that the way that dwarves' moods work right now is fascinating. And is what gives them the majority of their character and is a lot of the interest in the game for me. I think some things probably could be made clearer, but I don't think they need to be improved. Trumpet Dog is throwing another tantrum while in prison. Trumpet Dog, how old are you? 15 years old. Yeah. Unfortunate, but I don't think you're savable at this point, Dwarf. It's 6 more days in prison. Like, you really need to work at it to keep dwarves happy, and I think that's part of the fun. With that not there, like in the older versions, it's a lot more of a creative builder, a lot less of a character simulator. And I like the character simulation. It's what gives the game its intrigue. You know? So chat, we're real lurky right now. If you're lurking in the chat, can I get a round of beers, please? As I'm trying to decide if I should play Brogue or just call it, do a short day. Totally be a TLD? TLD? How'd the maze turn out? I mean, I'm still probably going to add more onto it. It's a work in progress. Take it easy. That's illegal. How's the air quality up here? It's been fine for a few weeks now. We fortunately got some wind and rain, which cleared it up mostly up here. I hear some parts of Cali are still fucked, but here it's mostly fine. Will he be added to the maze? No. It's not a dwarf torture chamber. It's simply a spectacle for big monsters. I will not put any dwarves in there. Because dwarves' lives are important and need to be cherished. Otherwise, this fortress ain't gonna last. I like that the Outpost Liaison is playing music for us. I don't know if I'd say that. Screw it. Because that would be taking a very serious real-world issue and adding little digital creatures that don't really matter in the grand scheme of things to it. But the longevity of this fort depends on happy dwarves, and murdering dwarves intentionally doesn't ever equal happy dwarves. Because then they'll be forced to endure the decay of a loved one, which is the equivalent of, well, you might as well not bury them. And you bury dwarves so that they can properly grieve for the dead, otherwise it hurts their mental state. All right. Well, we made good progress. We're in the late autumn of year 83. We've been in this fort for basically 3 years, like 1 season under 3 years today. It's about 4.5 hours of this fort we've done. I'm gonna swap over to Brogue for the remainder of the stream. We're gonna chill and play some Brogue. Chat's pretty lurky, and I feel like just kind of sinking into a dungeon crawler, you know? We're gonna do that.